whatever, 30 minutes. But I'm sure there'll be no complaints. So I hope everyone is well. I hope everyone is excited for the show tonight. It's a bit of a weird show tonight. We've got some interesting matches. We've got some matches that I don't know if they're going to massively, change the landscape of WWE. We've got the likes of Omos, and we've got the likes of Bobby Lashley. We've got Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss. We've got Cody Seth, which should be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to Cody Rhodes against Seth. Really looking forward to Ronda Rousey taking on Charlotte Flair. I think that'll be a lot of fun as well. Also, obviously looking forward to that 6-man tag main event. It does bring back memories of Evolution taking on the Shield. We spoke about that the other day. That was a big 6-man main event from 2014. It was, I think, the Evolution card. I think it was called Evolution, the show. And Evolution were in the main event. And it was Evolution against the Shield. And then, of course, the very next night on Raw is when the Shield broke up. So, very exciting. But, yeah, it's hopefully going to be something on that scale, because that match was a very, very, very fun match. One that maybe doesn't get spoken about all that much. But as we said, it was very enjoyable. What I want to do, actually, is just whilst I'm thinking about it, I'm going to have a look at Evolution 2014 and just have a look at the Dave Meltzer scores and just see what he gave that main event match. He might not have rated it. I really don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see. It was. Oh, I'm wrong, by the way. It was Payback. In my head, I had it as Evolution being the name of the show. I don't know why. I thought they'd called it after the group, but 4 stars is what it was given. 4 stars. Hey, do you know what? Here's some fun. Did you know that on that same show, John Cena took on Bray Wyatt and Dave Meltzer gave it 4.5 stars? There is a 4.5 star Bray Wyatt match on that show. Payback 2014. We've got the big 6-man Shield versus Evolution, and also John Cena versus Bray Wyatt. Both of them getting 4 stars or above. A lot of the other matches, not great, to be honest. Like Rusev versus Big E, 1.25 stars. Bo Dallas versus Kofi Kingston didn't get a score. Ryback and Curtis Axel against Goldust and Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes was on that show as Cody Rhodes, 2.25 stars. Sheamus versus Cesaro for the United States Championship, 3.25. El Torito versus Hornswoggle, 2.5 stars. Bad News Barrett versus Rob Van Dam for the Intercontinental Belt, 2.5 stars. And Paige against Alicia Fox, 2 stars. So it's kind of fun sometimes to look back. We haven't watched that show. That would have been a really good show to have done like a retro watch-along for. But in all fairness, this week, obviously we're doing this. Last week we did the predictions. So we would have to have gone back a couple of weeks to have had a free Sunday to have done that. But that would have been a good show to have gone back to. But yeah, it conjures up images of that, to be honest. Laser said, how long till it starts? God, this is small, isn't it? This is really small. This bugged me last time that it was this small. I wonder if there's a way that I can try and find a way of making it bigger, because I do not want to be squinting throughout this whole thing. Let me see if I can tweak it a little bit. Let's do that. I'm gonna tweak this. We've started early. This is something that I probably could have tweaked with before, but to be honest, I didn't notice. Is that a bit better? I don't know. I think it's a bit better. Let's see. I'm sure I can make it a little bit. Let's try a bit more. There we go. That's a bit better. Save your eyes. Save your eyes. Taboy said, my video of Roman's promo is going viral. I'm not surprised, to be honest. I think that Roman coming out saying that it is, maybe the last time he's going to be there and thanking the fans, I think it's got a lot of people talking. It's got a lot of people, talking and thinking, when's he potentially going to go? It's definitely an interesting one that we can talk about. Let me... why is this? Why is this such a struggle? Why is it such a struggle? There we go. What time is WrestleMania Backlash happening? WrestleMania Backlash is going to start. Well, the kickoff show will start in about an hour and a half. So, got a little bit of time to go. But it'll be all right. We've got things to go through. We can talk about the matches. We can chat. It's nice to do a Sunday stream, actually. It's nice to be here on a Sunday. I am going to get there with this, by the way. My only focus right now is to get this chat sorted. That is my only goal in life. We will get there. Right, there we go. I think that'll do it. That's all I'm doing. That'll do. Steve said, do you think Roman is gone when his contract expires? No. I don't think he'll go because I think that he'll go to and do Hollywood projects. And I think he will go part-time. But I don't expect him to just up and leave. I do fully expect him to still be around. So, I don't think that'll be the end for him. But I do think that he will go into Hollywood and go into part-time. Yes. Okay, there we go. Took a bit of work, but we got there, my friends. And hopefully people can read that. Honestly, that's better. Otherwise, I would have spent this whole stream going. And that's just not great, is it? Nev said, God bless days. Hope you're well. What match are you looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Cody versus Seth. I think that was my favourite match of the year so far at WrestleMania. I thought they were absolutely brilliant. I thought they stole the show. I think that I gave it 5 stars, and I stand by it, and I really don't give many things 5 stars, but really enjoyed it. I think if it was just the match on its own, then maybe it wouldn't have got to the 5 stars, but I think the moment of him being revealed, coming down, that pop, the pop that he got was a bit reminiscent of when the Hardy Boys came back at WrestleMania 33. So I think if you include that moment, it's interesting because I've actually got the Broken Skull sessions on right now. And Cody, haven't had a chance to watch it, but I've seen about half an hour. Cody said that match was a freebie because that moment is all anyone cared about. And Vince and everyone were just wanting to make sure the moment that he made his debut or return was the one that everyone was talking about. So that's what he was very focused on, was returning and that moment and it looking good. But Cody said, I'm a wrestler. I'm not, I'm a wrestler. I know I'm not allowed to say it or whatever, but I am. And so is Seth. Seth is a wrestler. And I think if ever you put 2 wrestlers together, we are going to care about what the match is like as well. We're not going to go and just dial it in. Even though it was a freebie match, a match where just go out there, they'll be happy with it. Whatever you do, they'll be happy with it. He's like, no, I'm a wrestler. Seth's a wrestler. This was WrestleMania. It's not the time or the place to be phoning it in. So he said that they really went for an amazing match. And I think they delivered. I really do. I think that if you put the whole thing together, I think it's 5 stars. So I'm really intrigued to see what they're going to do tonight to try and match that benchmark. I don't know that they get there, to be honest. I don't know that they get there, but they could get close. And I think quite often you will look at a WWE cards and you'll go well, that match was 3 stars, that was 3.5, that was 3.75, that maybe a 4, but probably 3.75. This one has got potential to be in the 4s. Not only is it a 4, but in the 4s. And who knows, they could steal the show again and get a 5, who knows? So I'm really excited for that. I think when you know that you're going to be watching something really good, then you get quite excited. So, and obviously I think the 6-man, even though it doesn't really mean anything, Again, it conjures up images of Evolution and Shield from 2014. And I think that that match, as we just saw, got highly rated by Dave Meltzer. It's very rare for Meltzer to go into the fours. So he obviously was keen on it as well. And I do remember it being a lot of fun, yes. So something like that would be great. Great. Mason said, I am buzzing. My brother got me a ticket to CAC. Have fun at CAC. Hope you have fun at CAC, my friend. CAC. Clash at the Castle, I'm guessing that is. Clash at the Castle. Have fun. Have fun, Mason. I'm sure it's going to be a wild experience with 70-odd thousand fellow wrestling fans losing their minds. Sam said, thoughts on Roman Reigns? So, thoughts on Roman. This is going to be the big topic, isn't it? It's the talk of the town, if you will. Roman basically coming out saying that, he's going to move to a different phase in his career. I think that Roman is going to go part-time, as I said. I think that he's not going to walk away completely and we never see him again. I think people in these situations can sometimes think a little bit extreme, but I think that he's going to go to Hollywood and do what John Cena did. If you think about John Cena, he transitioned to a different part in his career, and he went part-time. And then, over time we saw him less and less, and now we see him maybe once a year, maybe a WrestleMania, a SummerSlam, something like that. Sometimes we don't even see him. I mean, in all fairness, we have just gone through a lockdown and a pandemic, so I think the past few years have been a little bit strange. But, that kind of once-a-year Undertaker role, I think Roman will get to that, but it won't be immediate. I don't expect that to be right as soon as you get to April, that's it. You'll see him at WrestleMania, and you'll be lucky if that happens. I think it'll be he'll stick around. And he'll do the odd thing, and he'll do a bit of a Brock schedule. He'll have the odd feud with someone, things like that. I just don't think he'll want to walk away. You got to remember that when you're starting out in Hollywood, you need, people sticking with you. You need the fans kind of sticking with you. You want whatever you do to be watched, so you're going to have to promote it. So that would, I would expect Roman to be promoting it on WWE TV. I would expect him to be, in the ring, around promoting his new film, cutting an angle with someone. So, yeah, look, is it going to be a change? Absolutely. Is it big news? Absolutely. But I don't think it is. I don't think that it's going to be a major thing like maybe people are thinking. I think he just goes down to part-time. I mean, don't forget, in 2020, we didn't see much of him at all. He went away, didn't he, because of his health issues. So we didn't see much of him in 2020. So, we've been here before. This isn't anything too different for us to have Roman reduce his schedule. I just think that's coming up, basically. So Mason, shout out to you as well. Elliot said, I think Vince probably made a deal with Roman. One last big full-time run, finish at WrestleMania 39. Be a nice touch going in Hollywood and beating The Rock. Yeah, well, I mean, it does kind of throw up some questions about that, because I do agree, this could be his last full-time contract and then transition to a part-time thing. I think him going up against The Rock, all of a sudden now, it becomes actually two part-time stars going up against each other. So all of a sudden now, it's not really The Rock who's part-time, not even part-time, but, just a legend that comes back once in a blue moon, against, a full-time star. Now, all of a sudden, it becomes really, part-time. So it makes it a bit more complicated, to be honest. I think they give it Roman. And I think it makes Roman a, big star. He beat The Rock, all this kind of stuff at WrestleMania. That's going to be a nice boost for his profile. That'll help him when he goes to Hollywood. And as I said, I think because I'm not of the opinion he's leaving completely, because he's saying transitioning to a different phase in his career. He's not come out and said, this is the last time. He said, this could be one of the final times I'm here. I mean, I think, like, these kind of house shows will be done. Honestly, I think he's not lying. I can't see him doing those kind of house shows again. I think that he'll go to that Brock schedule, and you don't see Brock at house shows. And I think you're going to see Roman transition into that and then doing, like, Hollywood stuff. I still have him favorite to beat The Rock. I still think he beats The Rock, but it is interesting. It is interesting because if it's not going to be against The Rock, then there's a damn good chance he loses. Real good chance he loses, because if his contract is going to be just part-time after, then, WrestleMania 39 is where you would go, yeah, he's going to lose the title there. If you didn't know about The Rock's story, you could sit here and go, he's going to lose at WrestleMania 39 because his contract ends and then he'll go to his next contract, which will be less dates. So they can't rely on him as much. So he'll lose at WrestleMania 39. But if his opponent is The Rock, I don't think he loses at WrestleMania 39. I think he beats The Rock because The Rock is going to be doing even less dates than Roman going forward. I mean, Rock you see once in a while, once in a blue moon. So, it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Elliot, shout out to you, bud. You go up. Joe's Melker 84 Silver Quazada. I mean, I've probably absolutely killed that. Jose Melker 84 Silver Quazada. I've gone with that. Jose, if I've got that wrong, I apologize. But just know I'm a really bad person. I'm an awful person. And part of me might have done it wrong on purpose. So shout out to you. Root Beer said, do you think Cody Rhodes should win again? I do. And do you think he's going to feud with The Miz next? It makes sense. I think maybe The Miz interferes tonight to screw Cody Rhodes to lose. He could do. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that we'll get that interference. Could he move on to The Miz next? Sure. We could go in that direction. I feel like Cody is going to need another feud after this. I could see Cody running into the Edge group at some point. I could see Cody... I wonder if we could get a Legacy reunion. I wonder if that's crossed anyone's mind. I wonder if we could have Edge, Damian Priest, and someone else. There's maybe a very good chance, that Cody joins with Finn and AJ, and we do get Finn, AJ, Cody to take on the House of Edge or whatever it's called, Judgment Day. So that is also something that I think is hanging around for Cody. I feel like these things happening on purpose. This thing, obviously, we're going in this direction for a reason. And I could see AJ and Finn and Cody working together. That's so I don't know if it'll be The Miz next, but it could be. It's certainly a credible opponent for him if they wanted to go in that direction. Don't you miss Bayley and Sasha as tag team partners? Yeah, I mean, I like them together. I thought they were good together. I thought they'd run their course as well. I remember, when they were together, the conversation was, who's going to turn on who? So even when they were together, everyone was, speculating when they would split up. So it was a bit of a weird one because everyone was like, she's going to turn on her. So I do, but I can't see us going back to that, to be honest. I think it sort of ran its course, and people got to the point where they were starting to speculate when they would break up, rather than just enjoying it for what it is. I suppose you could say the same right now with RK Bro, rather than just enjoying RK Bro for what they are. People are watching, going, it's gonna split, the split's gonna happen, rather than just sitting back and just as you said, enjoying it for what it is. Apparently Roman is going to keep WWE as his priority. Someone from WWE thinks Roman was talking about how his schedule will be lighter and that he won't be working as many events. Honestly, I'm right there with that. I've not seen that report, but that is the first thing that came to my mind as well. Normally, when you see these superstars lightening their workload, they don't just walk away. John Cena did not just walk away. it's The Rock was around as well. I mean, The Rock would keep popping up afterwards as well. Like, he didn't just walk away. So I think with Roman, his schedule will get lighter, and I think he will do like certain events, big events, and have like certain stories. But I think I think it's undeniable that he is going to go and do movies. I think that's he's been very obvious and very clear about that, about wanting to do that, follow The Rock into that. WWE Spiteful says, do you think Bayley could be Rousey's next challenger for the SmackDown Women's Championship? Hard to say yes, because we don't know when Bayley's coming back. I'd like to see her tonight. I think what this show needs tonight is it needs something exciting. It needs something that's going to get us talking. It needs like a twist somewhere, anywhere. If the matches are all just going to be like pretty clean finishes, or maybe even like, I don't know, Edge cheats because Damian Priest interferes and he wasn't meant to, like, it's going to be a bit dull. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it'll be a fine show, but yeah, I want Finn Balor joining the House of Edge. Or I want Finn Balor coming down to help AJ, and we get a big standoff between AJ. Like, I definitely want something more with that story. I'd love Bayley to come back, or maybe Alexa to come back, or something along those lines to happen tonight. I feel like there must be something. This is a premium live event. There must be something that they've got lined up for tonight. So yeah, I don't mind it being Bayley next. I really don't. I think Bayley's a great talker. I think that'll be a fun little feud. But I can't sit here and say, yes, it will be Bayley next, because we honestly don't know. There's been no rumors as to when she's coming back. Dane Film said, when Roman loses, do you think it'll be both or just one? I think it'll be just one. Reason why I'm saying that is because the news was they were looking to put the titles back to the shows. And actually, I don't know if you saw that report that Fox wants to have exclusivity on superstars, so they don't want their stars going over to Raw. So you know how the brand split is still there, but it's a bit loose. We've got the Usos coming over, and RK Bro coming over, and Roman going over there, and all this kind of stuff. Apparently Fox are like, no, we just want our superstars. Well, if you're going to keep all these superstars on SmackDown, which is what Fox want, they're going to have their own world champion. And at no point has anyone from WWE come out and said, yeah, we're just going to have the one champion going forwards. We've been talking about this a lot. We've been talking about this in the build to WrestleMania, and I expect the belts to go back to where they were. So I could see someone winning Money in the Bank, cashing in, and taking the belt that represents their brand. So say Cody wins, cashes in on Roman, he then wins the WWE Championship, but he doesn't take Roman's Universal Championship. I think that briefcase will allow you to choose what title you want to go for. Just so happens that both titles are on the same person. So he'd be going after the WWE. And I think Cody having the WWE makes perfect sense. That WWE title is the one that goes all the way back to, the 1960s. And would be the one that Dusty had in his hands. So that belt makes a lot of sense for him to go after that one. Do you think there'll be any returns tonight? I hope so. I hope that we do get like a Bayley or an Alexa Bliss. I mean, to be honest, I can't really think of anyone else that's out that would come back. Clearly, it's not going to be Big E. Big E is months and months and months and months from getting back. So I wouldn't be thinking about him. I can't really remember who else is missing at the moment, to be honest, outside of Bayley. We've already had Asuka back, of course. Alexa's away. So, yeah, outside of them, I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I hope we do get someone. I hope we do get someone tonight. I think the show needs it. Seeb said, what do you think is going on with Ciampa keeping attacking Ali? There's rumours he could join Judgment Day. It's hard to know if he's going to do that. I don't think I would do that with Ciampa. I don't think I would do that. I feel like Judgment Day should be I suppose you could make it a 4-man group, but it needs to be 3 or 4 people in Judgment Day. And I don't know that I would give one of them spots to Tommaso Ciampa, to be honest. But I suppose you could. There'd be nothing stopping it. And it's just not the way that I would take Ciampa. For me, Ciampa is a lone wolf, really. He's been in a tag team with Timothy Thatcher. He's been in a tag team with Johnny Gargano. But I can't see him really in a faction. And I certainly can't see him being willing to play second fiddle and listen to a leader like Edge. That's just not Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa's a guy that's just out on his own. I mean, he's like a lone wolf in a way. Do you know what I mean? He's someone that looks after himself. He's a vigilante type kind of one-man wrecking machine. I can't see him like standing in the background, like, in the shadows of Edge. I mean, what would be cool is the moment where he turned on Edge, because that would surely happen at some point, and seeing Tommaso, find himself again. I mean, if there was maybe a process that we saw where they were trying to get him to join, and you could see, like, I think that would be brilliant storytelling, actually. If you could see Tommaso Ciampa really struggling with, like, do I want to join the Judgment Day? And you could even have Damian Priest, like, trying to convince him to join and saying, like, together we were stronger. I tried to make it on my own, and I failed. And it wasn't until Edge saved me that now I found my purpose. And Tommaso could be like, yeah, but you was the United States champion. Yeah, I was United States champion, but I was struggling with myself. And, I was constantly battling to try and get onto premium live events. And even though I was the champion, did I feel like a champion? No. And it's not until this man saved me and showed me that sometimes you can't do it on your own. You could have that kind of dialogue, which I think would be so interesting and would give, like, some real depth and would help to explain why Damian Priest has joined Judgment Day, would explain why Tommaso Ciampa, who's kind of a lone wolf, has now joined Judgment Day. And I really think you could explore a lot of things with some, like, backstage segments like that. I think it'd be really, really good. I think that'd be really, really good. If he just joins, I just sort of feel like, okay, he's in that group now. And for me, that doesn't really fit his character. So I like the moment that he splits up, though. The moment where he, like, turns. It reminds me a bit of, like, Daniel Bryan joining the Wyatt family. Do you remember that? Daniel Bryan joining the Wyatts. And then he turned. And that is one of the best moments from, like, recent years. You got to go back about, like, 8 years now. But 2014, early 2014, when he actually finally turns on Bray. And he's sat on top of that cage, yes, in a way, and everything. That's so good. You could recreate that with Tommaso Ciampa and Judgment Day. Not like being in a cage, but you get my point. I think it could be really, really good. But I think the storytelling should be there. Like, do some work. Do you know what I mean? Let's do some work. Let's lay some foundations here and not just chuck him in it. Let's explore. Why is he joining? Is he conflicted about joining? All of this really gives the story depth. So I would look into that. Gorilla Press, hello. Hope you are well. Gorilla Press has returned. Hello, Wrestling Days. How has your week been? My week's been all right, thank you. It's been a little bit quiet as we've been building our way towards obviously what we've got here with the show now, and it's been a busy weekend, but I suppose a relatively quiet week. I'm about to get a bit more free time, which is really, really good news, because I've been doing that second channel, the football channel, and that season is about to end. So with that ending in, like, a week's time or so, that then is going to give me time. That means that's a lot of streams that I don't need to be doing now. So, yeah, I must admit I am looking forward to that. And then I'm really looking at getting some figure videos out. I know that there's a lot of people that found the channel through, like, figure videos. And I want to get some done, man. I want to get some done. I think what I want to do is I want to try and look at, like, loads of figures and things that we might not have looked at and figures that have like been like, you know, might not have seen in stores, and just really see what's out there. I want to just blow that Mattel range open. I just want to really have a look at stuff, and I feel like because of the lockdown, there's a lot that's come out that I will have looked at and gone, oh yeah, that's cool, and then not seen, basically, because I haven't been going to the shops. So I want to have a look at that stuff again, and I want to see like what's come out and what was good and what was bad. And yeah, I don't know. I don't quite know in what form it takes, but my mind is very much there at the moment. So yeah, over this summer, I think there should be some really, really fun videos, some really interesting stuff that we can look to put onto the channel. So I'm really looking forward to that. Last summer was like dominated by the Olympics and the Euros. We don't have a Euros. We don't have an Olympics. Again, it's just more time to get back to what this channel, like, you know, used to do in the past. So yeah, I'm quite excited. So my thoughts are very much there. So I spend the week kind of thinking about that. And then when we get to the weekend, it's like UFC and boxing and now WrestleMania Backlash. So it's very exciting, though. It's good. I hope your week has been well, Gorilla Press. Shout out to you. Daniel said, I still can't get over that front kick last night. I didn't even need the co-main or the main. That front kick made my night. I agree. That front kick to Tony Ferguson, I said after, exactly the same. That's done it for me. I don't need anything after that. That has absolutely been worth watching this show. Thankfully, the co-main then followed, which delivered nothing apart from a new champion. And then obviously the main event was great. But yeah, a bit of a weird one, I must say. I'm seeing Bloodline and McIntyre and RK Bro getting attacked by renegades that are attacking WWE, said Richards. Sounds very retribution, Richard. Sounds very retribution. John said, I want the goddess Alexa to come back. So do I. Christian said, has Backlash started yet? No, but we are just under an hour away from the kickoff show. I don't think there's a match on the kickoff show. But if there is, we're here for it anyway. So, yeah, we're around for, obviously, we're around straight the way through. We're not going anywhere. But, yeah, the kickoff show will be first. That'll probably be just a lot of talking, video packages, and then we'll go to WrestleMania Backlash. Dort Knight said, please don't remind me the season is ending. It cuts me deep. Rachel said, will you do the Champions League final? Yes, Rachel. So I can tell you the games that we've got over on Football Days. So on Tuesday, we've got Aston Villa versus Liverpool. On Thursday, we've got Tottenham versus Arsenal. On Sunday, we've got West Ham versus Man City. On Saturday, at the moment, I need to double check, but we do have the FA Cup final. The reason why I say I've got to double check that is because there is some boxing the same time, or the same day at least, and I don't know what time, so I do need to look at that. We got the last day of the season on Sunday the 22nd. We got the Champions League final on Saturday the 28th as well. And I need to have a look at Wolves Man City on Wednesday. That was another one that might have just slipped through the cracks. So we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 games left. About 7 football streams left in this season. So, as I said, as soon as they're out the way, lots of time. Very exciting. There's no match on the kickoff show. It's been like that since day one. That's PLE for you, says Bakayuka. Someone said Madcap Moss versus Happy Corbin. I like to call them trash, though. That is a match we're getting tonight, and I'm not excited for it. Charles Oliveira is one of the most entertaining champions ever. I agree, dude. Super entertaining. Do you know what? He's so entertaining. He came in overweight just so that we could have the drama of him being stripped of the belt so that he could then win that match, not get the belt back, have to be a number one contender. I mean, it's all drama. It's all stuff to get our teeth into and talk about, and is it the right thing to do? Blah, 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 blah. It's very good, though. It's brilliant. Some of the honestly, I know a lot of people think that in UFC it's just fight. Oh, there's no stories and all this kind of stuff, which there isn't. They don't try to manufacture stories, but in life, stories just happen. Stories just happen. So yeah, we got a hell of a story over the weekend. But we won't keep banging on about UFC. Just know it was a lot of fun. End of the year, we got the World Cup, says Mason. Yes, Mason, yes. Looking forward to it. It's going to be good. Gorilla Press, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well, as I said. Gorilla Press says, go get yourself a Thunder Rosa figure. I'll have her sign one and get it over to you. Thank you, Gorilla Press, but I've managed to resist the urge for AEW figures. And the problem I've got is, as soon as I get one, I'm going to want to get them all. I've got a real problem with that. Like, when I do not have the ability to get, like, one of something and just treasure it. If I get one, like, say, collector's card, it will bother me that I don't have the other collector's cards. It's like when I got the Mattel figures, I've said before. I just wanted to get the champions, but then, of course, you've got to get a Roddy Piper. And he didn't come with a belt. So I was like, oh, man, well, I'll just get this one. And then you see Macho Man, you go, oh, well, I've already got the Roddy Piper, so I'll just get that one. I'll get that one. It'll be fine. And then you see British Bulldog, and you go, well, come on, I'm in Britain. I gotta get the British Bulldog. So then you get the British Bulldog, and you're like, before you know it, you've got, like, I don't know, hundreds, maybe even more than that. It is a lot that's, and even more in storage as well. I mean, like, it has spiraled out of control. And I will do the exact same thing with AEW figures, and I do not want to go down that road. But, Gorilla Press, shout out to you. Jose Melkor 84 Silver Quasada. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. Was that the old $2 that's had one too many O's on it? I don't know. It always makes me nervous when we get these kind of very kind donations. It always makes me nervous. I should imagine there's people in the chat right now that are nervous as well. Do you know what I mean? Jose, I really appreciate the support, but I don't know if what's happening right now is even legal, to be honest. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, and it always makes me nervous. Chill out, guys. Chill out. Let's settle down, yeah? We've all had a drink. We're all friends. Yeah, we don't need this to get out of control. We're just going to watch a bit of wrestling, yeah? This feels like as crazy as, like, the UFC streams that we do. Those UFC streams are popping with, like, loads of things happening, and, like, it's great to see so many people stopping by, getting excited for the show tonight, so. And what I will say is that tomorrow's Raw should be very exciting as well, because I think, I always feel, and I don't know if you feel this way, but the go-homes are dull. I'm just going to be honest. If it's a go-home show, I totally understand if you're a bit like, right, because, yeah, they're a bit dull. But the shows after, new feuds, the fallout of the pay-per-view, returning superstars, you just never quite know. Like, all of a sudden, it's a clean page. Do you know what I mean? Like, we might have just finished some feuds. Yes, they could carry on, but they might have just finished as well, and we might get something different, something new. So I always get quite excited for, like, Raws and the SmackDowns afterwards. I mean, that excitement normally lasts about 5 minutes, but even so, I am looking forward to Raw tomorrow as well. But yeah, Jose, let me know. Let me know, Jose. I want to know if everything's good. And why don't you ever say anything, Jose? Are you one of those Tony Khan bots? What's happening? Hollywood Guy said, Days, did you watch the Canelo fight? Was you surprised by his loss? I had the Canelo fight on, but I couldn't really pay it the attention that it deserved because it was on at the same time as Thug Rose, and honestly, that is no competition for me. Thug Rose is, I love Thug Rose. So Thug Rose is like a proper UFC favorite of mine. Not a great advert for her last night, but she is someone that I really enjoy watching. She's a great martial artist. I love her sniping, striking. her movement and everything as well. As I said, last night was not a good advert for her, and she definitely would have lost a few fans. She certainly lost the title, and yeah, I just think like it's just annoying. It's annoying that Canelo was on at the exact same time. I wish it was this weekend, and then we could like really give it the attention it deserves. Was I surprised? I was. I can't say I was like, oh my god, this is mental. Like, I never saw this coming type thing. I thought Canelo would win. I was like, yeah, I think Canelo's got that. I feel pretty good about it. So I was surprised, but it was a big step up in weight for him. He did go to light heavyweight, and, you know, I think he said afterwards, I'm in a division that I've got no right to be in. And if you saw the response, everyone was like, I can't believe it, Canelo's lost. But the response was also fair play to Canelo. I mean, he's just gone to light heavyweight and taken on one of their, like, champions and went to a decision. Like, the thing with Canelo is I think that he's getting to the point where, yeah, look, wins and losses, they absolutely matter. But that is not going to stop him testing himself and trying to see what his limits are. Because, you know, he could have gone to light heavyweight and won that title. And there was even noise being made that he would be willing to face Usyk for the heavyweight title as well. So had he have won last night, it could have opened up maybe a potential step up again to like heavyweight, where, you know, he would try to get to, I think he wanted to get like to 201 or something, and see if he could, like, you know, fight at heavyweight. But I think that's probably off the table now because, you know, he lost to a light heavyweight, so a move up again is not wise. So I think, you know, he's kind of reached the limits of his size. So yeah, I feel, you know, it was an amazing fight. It was an amazing spectacle. Got everyone talking. I did expect him to be able to do it because it's Canelo, and you just think that he can do anything. But fair play to Canelo for testing his limits. I got nothing but respect for him on that. Nothing but respect for him. Huge MMA fan said the card on paper is a bit lackluster. It's not exactly the best looking show, but it could be amazing. I think, look, what people have been saying is just go into this with no or low expectations. If you go into this not expecting much, and just go into it like thinking, do you know what? It's Sunday night. Normally we don't stream. So let's just sit back and just watch some wrestling. Yeah, I think if you go in with that mentality, like, I'm guessing you've got Peacock anyway. I've got the network anyway. This ain't costing me anything other than the electricity it's costing me to stream. So it's just a case of sit back, relax, and watch something that, you know, normally we wouldn't have anything on a Sunday. So it's good from that front. I'm quite excited for tonight's show in that regard. I think if you compare it to WrestleMania and look at the card and all this kind of stuff and be like, this is this month's pay-per-view, like, this isn't really good enough type of thing. Yeah, I think you could easily be down on this show, but why? There's no point, is there? Might as well sit back, relax, enjoy whatever we're going to get, and, you know, if it's just going to be a disaster, it's going to be, you know, one that we just go, Could always look forward to tomorrow's Raw, can't we? Booker T could announce the pre-show match at Backlash, says Richards. Maybe. Shola said, that is exactly my attitude. Hayden says, exactly. They will have another match, and he will batter Bivol, says Reese Wrestling. Days, you WWE figures like baseball collectors. My friend has over 50,000 baseball cards. Do you know what? I got addicted to wrestling cards as well. That's amazing, though, by the way. 50,000 baseball cards is amazing. I mean, like, that is amazing. But yeah, I got like a few autographed cards, and boom, that's turned into 130 odd now that I've got of like different wrestlers' autographs. So I'm completely sympathetic with. Wow, I can't. 50,000 is just something insane. That must be like one of the world's great collections. I mean, 50,000 of anything, in my mind, puts you in a Guinness Book of Records. So that is crazy, BB Yipsy. Kane said, do you think Brock returns and costs Roman and the Usos the match? I don't think so, no. I don't think that the next feud that we're going to is Roman-Brock again. So I don't think we're going that way. I think we're moving to a Drew-Roman feud. So I think a Drew versus Roman feud is what is next on the agenda. And I think that I expect Drew and RK Bro to win tonight. I think that Drew could win. It could be that Drew pins Roman, and the headlines could be Roman was pinned. Roman could be furious about that. Drew now has got a reason to say, I pinned you in that match at WrestleMania Backlash. Give me my title shot. And whatever the next show is, we get one-on-one Roman Reigns versus Drew McIntyre. So I feel like that's the way we're going. To bring Brock back now would be a step backwards, if you will. Daniel said, it's like Izzy losing at light heavyweight. It's a tiny blip, and it's back to his natural weight, killing it. Yes, I agree. Izzy going up to light heavyweight, losing to Jan Blachowicz was... I think, it might have taken a bit of a sheen off Adesanya. And, of course, the thing is, the message goes around the world about Canelo. Canelo loses for the first time since, 2013. And that's the message that goes out to everyone. And everyone's like, wow, someone's done it type thing. But, I mean, like, there needs to be a massive asterisk at the end of that. Like, he went to light heavyweight. He went to a weight that he had no right to be in. He said he's up for the rematch. Bivol, of course, is up for the rematch because he's going to struggle to find any match that's going to be as big, so he'll do it again. But it's just a case of, could Canelo do it? I mean, if they do the rematch and Canelo wins that, we are talking about someone seriously impressive. I think to have a setback and come back from that setback, if he was to beat Bivol, would, I think, make him an even bigger legend. In my eyes, it would. Because he's kind of, it feels like everything was so easy for him and he was just winning fights. And I think that led to him going, no one can beat me type thing. And then he's gone up to light heavyweight and gone, wow, yeah, this guy's big, and this is a problem. And he's lost the fight, and everyone says he's lost that fight. I haven't heard anyone come out going, nah, he's robbed. Everyone's like, Bivol's won it. So if he can now go away and work out this problem and come back and win, wow. You got to put some serious respect on his name. I mean, there's serious respect on his name anyway, but I'm saying you got to put extra respect on his name. We need to go to a different level of respect if he can do it. So I'll be very interested if there is a rematch. Very interested. I think my girl Bailey returns tonight, says Mike. Butch could end up getting over as much as how Mr. Bean got over in our childhoods, says Bakayuka. Alexa Bliss Gamer, hello, said, I hope Alexa Bliss returns tomorrow night. Kaysen said, are you doing well? I'm doing well. This will be an alright show. Everyone will lose their minds when you make your debut and attack Roman. That's true. It's a really good point, actually. No one's going to see that coming. Even I won't see that coming. Owen said, what are your thoughts on UFC? I tuned in till I passed out. Yeah, I mean, I think the show was good, worth watching. I think I've seen better pay-per-views. But the great thing about UFC is it provides great drama, great moments. I mean, you would want to have seen that show just for that Michael Chandler front kick to the face of Tony Ferguson. Just for that alone. And of course, everyone's talking about how dull that Rose fight was and everything. So the fact that I've watched that and I've managed to get an opinion on that, I think is important because obviously people are still talking about it. Like, was it right she lost the title? Why was she not doing anything? And, I listened to her post-fight press conference. It was pretty much everything I expected her to say. So, yeah, I mean, even though that was dull, because there was a title on the line, because it's Rose, it's still interesting to me. And then in the main event, Oliveira showing that he's the best at lightweight right now and just, choking out. I mean, like, some of the shots that he managed to survive, he got knocked down once. I think it was twice. But unofficially, it was registered as once. And then he finds a rear naked choke. Just crazy. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's not the best pay-per-view I've seen, but we got some excellent stuff from it all the same. Most disappointed with The Undertaker, says John. What's this for? What's that about, John? What's that about, mate? BBB Yipsy said he's been collecting those cards since 1960s, so over 50 years of collecting. There is usually 906 opening day players in 906 opening day players in Major League Baseball. That's crazy. I wonder how much that collection's worth. Because got to think a lot of those cards, because collectors' cards now have gone mental with like values. So got to think that's worth a pretty penny. So yeah, that's it's really cool, really cool. He should do a YouTube channel where he like shows it off or something, or certainly a series of videos, because undeniably there'd be people. I can't say necessarily myself because I don't know anything about baseball, but there would be people that would be very, very interested in looking at that collection. I would watch it just to see if he had a Babe Ruth, because that's the only one I know. And I think there was someone called Trout. I've heard of him. Oh, and didn't someone get married to, like, J-Lo? A-Rod. That's it. I'm out now. That's everything I know about baseball. Everything I know. Done. So, hopefully he's got some of those. Hasib said, do you think Conor takes the Oliveira or Chandler fight? I think Conor is going to want to fight for a belt. So I think anything that's going to allow him to fight for a title is going to have Conor's attention. So I think the Chandler fight is very dangerous because Conor is going to lose that fight. Conor ain't beating Chandler. So I think that if I'm Conor and I've potentially just got a few more MMA fights left in me because I might be on a decline, I'm going to want to try and milk it for all it's worth, and I'm going to want to go for a belt. He's never had the new design belt. He's never held that new design belt. He might have had a replica or something, but he said that he's got the old designs at home, but he wants one of the new ones. So I think, look, if Usman's going to accept his challenge at welterweight, or if he could get down to face Oliveira at lightweight, to be honest, he's probably going to have to go up against Usman. Which is, he says, is just going to be really easy to win. He's adamant that's not going to be a problem. But he's going to get destroyed. If he takes on Usman, if he takes on Oliveira, if he takes on Chandler, I just don't see Conor McGregor at that level anymore. Just don't see him at that level. I just think the sport has moved forward and Conor has not moved with it. So he's been way too inactive. You know, we saw him against Poirier, and he did really well in that first round of the first fight against Poirier, but obviously lost it in the second. And then in the rematch, he was losing the first round in the rematch. And then obviously his ankle went. So, listen, there's doubters out there. There's Conor doubters, no denying. He needs to come back, and you could make an argument he needs a big statement win, and then he could, go on for a belt. But I don't even know I've got confidence he would get it. I don't know that he would get that statement win. And if he doesn't beat someone like Michael Chandler, how can you then put him going for a belt? How can you put him going for a belt now anyway is a very, very good question. But the answer's always going to be money, isn't it? It's always going to be money. The money is there. But the more he loses, the more fans he will lose. The more casual fans he will lose. You know, he's a great talker. But if he can't back it up in there with winning, people will just see him as nothing but a talker. So I would say that, he's still a massive draw. Is he the same level draw that he was? I don't know. Probably not. But if you put him in there against Usman, I bet it does crazy numbers. If you put him in there with Oliveira, I bet it does crazy numbers. So, yeah, I think he'll probably want a title. That's where I think he'll go next. Sophie said, is it true Roman is leaving? If so, why? I heard something about drugs. Huh? No, I mean, the Roman came out at a house show and said that he might not be back. He's going to a different phase in his career. So he's going to a different phase in his career and he might not be back in wherever the house show was. And so he was thanking the fans. And obviously that's caught everyone's attention because no one knew that he was going to a different phase in his career. But I think if we're being honest with ourselves, I think we did know that he was going into Hollywood sooner rather than later. I think, he's not going to be around for like 5 years and then do Hollywood. I probably thought it was not going to be next April, but maybe there'd be another year after that or so, and then Hollywood. But I didn't know when his current contract was up. So the fact it's April, I think, has given him a definite line in the sand of like, okay, well, my current contract ends in April. I am then going to look to, really think about what I want to do. He will stay with WWE. I've got no doubts about that. But he will work a reduced schedule, and I don't think he'll do as many house shows, and I don't think he'll do as many SmackDowns and Raws and all this kind of stuff. I think he'll be a bit more Brock. Maybe he'll work a bit more than Brock. He might be a bit like Brock was just, where you saw him quite a bit in the build towards WrestleMania, missed the odd week or whatever, but he wasn't doing house shows. You can forget him doing house shows. So Roman might move to something like that, and then with the time that he's got then where he's not doing house shows and he's not doing every week, he can go and potentially look at like doing films. And if it means that he's got to go away for a few months to do a certain film, then they'll accommodate that. But then, say he goes away during like July, August, but then they get a program ready for him for like September, October, and then maybe he goes away like December, but January, but then comes back at the Royal Rumble. Like, I could see it being something like that. So, but this is all, after April next year. We're talking long term. This isn't like now. It's happened now. We're talking like next year, April, beyond. But I still expect him to be around. I don't think this is it. He's gone type thing at all. With Cody back in WWE and Bray working on a movie, after Cody wins a title, Bray could come back for revenge as his past as Husky Harris. Husky, the pig boy, return, muscle man, dance full circle. I think you're getting a bit confused there with like real life and storyline, because in real life, it seems like Bray and Vince had a falling out, and it seems like Vince decided that it was in his benefit to actually save Bray's wage rather than keep Bray around. So unless that gets resolved, and unless Vince sees value in Bray and wants to bring Bray back and is open to bringing Bray back, there won't be any storylines of Cody and Bray and full circles and all this kind of stuff, because, as I said, I think there's a very real life issue that has to get resolved. I think there's nothing wrong with fantasy booking. There's nothing wrong with going, oh, this could happen and that could happen. But I think you don't want to get too carried away with that, because I think in real life, there's real things that have to get resolved. You can't ignore the fact that Bray Wyatt was let go. He was fired. And so, would he even want to go back to that company? Does Bray even want to return to WWE? Or is he seemingly quite happy with doing movies now and potentially having a look, seeing what's happening in Impact, having a look, seeing what's happening in AEW? Bray has got his own family. He's getting married. I don't know how much he's going to want to go back to WWE, because how much is he going to want to be on the road? How much is he going to want to be away from his family? How much is he going to want to be away from his new wife and everything? You see, I think if you're already doing it, I think if you're in WWE and you're already doing it, that's one thing. But I think if you leave wrestling the way that Bray has, I think it's hard to then come back into wrestling, because he's at home. Do you know what I mean? He's off filming a film, but he's around his wife and kids and his family. It's not like he's had to... Well, I don't know where they're filming, but I can't imagine he's gone away for months and he's not seeing them. Certainly, it's not like on the road in WWE where you're going from hotel to hotel to hotel kind of a situation. So I think there's some real life issues like that I think are going to be real barriers for him coming back to WWE. His relationship with Vince, if Vince even wants him back, the amount of money it would cost for him, like wage-wise, and seemingly that was money that Vince didn't want to pay just last year. And all Bray has done has left and has done a film, and that film hasn't even come out yet. So Bray's value and his worth has not increased. There's no reason for Vince to now change his mind, unless Vince just changes his mind. But there's nothing for Vince to think, damn, I really want Bray to come back. Why would he just think that? What would change his mind and about doing that? There's nothing that would be a reason for that. If Bray's film comes out and it's a massive success, that could change Vince's mind. Vince is all about money. He's all about opportunities. You know, Cody went from WWE, and if Cody had just been staying on the indies, not doing much, there's no guarantee he would have made his way back to WWE. But he went and made himself more valuable, made himself a big name, and made himself very attractive, very marketable. And so now he's come back with a big deal. I feel like Bray might have to do something along those lines if he wants to get back to WWE. So, as I said, I don't think I'd be getting too carried away with, this could happen and that could happen, because I just think the likelihood is nothing's going to happen until something changes, and nothing has changed. Reese Wrestling says Nakamura versus Roman. Orton and Roman at Hell in a Cell, Riddle, Roman at Money in the Bank, Drew, Roman at SummerSlam. That's what should happen. Ryan said, what do you think of Canelo? I think he's pound for pound best boxer in the world. I think that his loss was, I don't want to say unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the message that's gone out is Canelo lost, and that's the headline. It is the headline. But there's a big asterisk at the end, which is he lost to a light heavyweight. He was in a division he just did not need to be in. Should not have been in. Like, he's too small for that division. He really took himself out of his comfort zone in that fight. And I thought he would do it. It's Canelo. You don't really think Canelo is going to lose fights, to be honest. You think that if he's going into a fight, he's weighed up the pros and the cons. He feels good about getting the victory. And if he says, I can do it, who's going to doubt Canelo? But the truth of the matter is, like, everyone's got their limitations, and that weight class just seems a weight class that's too big for him. So my opinion of Canelo has not changed. I actually respect him for giving it a go. And I think that it'd be great to see more people do that. Trying to force themselves into, the wins and losses and everything. You do wonder, like, we never got Fury versus AJ. And is that because, neither guy wants to obviously lose to the other person? And so the money's got to be right and everything's got to be perfect. And do you know what I mean? It's got to be like in a certain place at a certain time. It's got to be for a certain amount of money. And like neither guy really wants to lose to the other. So unless everything is perfect, it's not happening. And it hasn't happened. The fight hasn't happened. But then here's Canelo, that's really pushing himself and actively trying to, find these difficult fights. I got a lot of respect for that. I wish more athletes did that and had that mentality. So, Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I hope Alexa Bliss will return tomorrow. Dragon Den said, I'm calling it now. The moment Cody wins the WWE Championship, the IWC is going to start saying that he's burying everyone and move to who should beat him and beat him soon. Yes. Hazard Talks Footy said, I won't do that, by the way. I will start talking about who's going to beat him, but I don't think that's a bad thing because I love this Roman title reign and I want it to continue. I would like for it to get to the 1,000 days, and it could still do it even with this news. It could still get there. Because as I said, I think he'll work a reduced schedule, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to take a belt off him because Brock was a champion on a reduced schedule Brock made it work, and I'm sure for this legendary title reign, if he's still got that Universal title at next year's WrestleMania, then, I'm sure they can find a way of making it work if needed. So, yeah, I think there's still a way forward for this title reign to get to 1,000 days. But I think it's just natural for people to go, who do you think's going to be the one that's going to beat him? Who's going to be the one to beat him? I think that's just natural in most, combat sports. Everyone's asking who's going to be next for Oliveira, who's going to be next for Usman, what's next for Conor, Everyone wants to know. That's the big question, isn't it? What's next? It's always what's next. Everyone's always hungry for what's next. You hear it in the press conference with Dana. Dana White has said after UFC shows every single time, I do not make fights at these press conferences. And he has to say that every time because the biggest questions he gets asked is, an amazing win tonight for such and such, what's next for them? And he's like, I do not make fights at these press conferences. On Tuesday, we will sit down in the war room. We will try and work things out. He says that all the time, Dana White. So, yeah, I'm not too down on it. On who's going to be the one to beat Roman or who's going to be the one to beat Cody. But I certainly won't be like, oh, he's burying everyone and all this kind of stuff. I just hope they've got some really good stories lined up. They won't have. But I hope they do have some really good stories lined up for Cody and when he is champion. I think just making him champion, getting there and then going, what should we do now? That's just not the right way to book, is it really? You should already have a few juicy stories, a few ideas as to what you want to do when he's champion, because I don't think there's any doubt he's going to be champion. If we all know he's going to be champion, and I think we all know he's going to be champion, we really, if I'm WWE Creative, should be giving some thought to what do we do when we get there. So, Wrestle with Andy, hello, said I still can't get over Rose and Esparza's barn burner. JR would have called that a slobber knocker. Good God almighty! She's got a family, damn it! Oh! As God is my witness, she's broken in half! Do you agree that Roman versus Drew at Clash at the Castle is a last man standing match? That it would be epic? I'll tell you why I'm hesitating. I think Drew Roman could be the match we get at Clash at the Castle. You don't tend to get epic last man standing matches. Maybe it's just the word epic that's making it. I mean, could it be great? Yes. Epic, though, is something that makes me think of 5 stars. Epic is one of the all-time great matches. And as I said, you just don't tend to get last man standing matches being epics. But could it be great? Yes, it could. I think it could be great. I think Drew Roman, as long as Drew cuts out the silliness, the sword. I don't mind him I've said this before. I don't mind Drew bringing the sword to the ring, yeah? I think it's a nice symbol, right? And he could show the crowd, here is the sword. Here's the sword, yeah? And then he puts it away. The bit that I've always had a problem with is where he's swinging it around, cutting the ropes, threatening people with it. It's just he's not going to stab anyone with the sword. If he stabs someone with the sword, not only is he out of WWE, he goes to prison, right? So, for attempted murder. So, he is, not going to be doing... So, seeing him threatening Shanky and Shanky being, deathly afraid of the swords in 2022 is just straight up silly, to be honest. So, I want him to drop all that silliness. And I must admit, during this feud so far, he has. So, I'm kind of interested to see where we're going to go now with Drew. So, I think as long as we're building it right, I think last man standing sounds great. I don't have an issue with it. As I said, maybe the word epic, and then maybe just overthinking it, does make me think 5-star classic. I don't think we would get to that level with that match. But I think it could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. BB Yipsy said he hates anything social media and he's more old school. He's got a flip phone with no texting. The biggest baseball card collection, I believe, is 2.5 million cards. Jesus. That's insane. That's insane. See, I was impressed with 50,000. Now I think that's a very small collection. 2.5 million. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even think they made 2.5 million different cards. Hazard talks for, he said, Days, I don't know why, but WrestleMania Backlash feels a bit dry. Don't get me wrong, Seth Cody could put in another 5-star classic, but apart from that, quite dry. It is dry. I mean, there's one title match, which is for the women's title, so it does feel lacking there, but I don't mind that. I said before, I think for the B shows, this could be a real great way of highlighting some like titles and some feuds, and not... If this was on, if you had, like, you know, Bianca versus Becky again, and you had the United States title being defended, and you had the Intercontinental title being defended, I do feel like they're just there. Do you know what I mean? Right now, it's the Intercontinental match. Like, the title matches just don't feel like title matches because there's so many titles. Whereas, at least this way, when we get to the title match, it's like, right, here we go, belt on the line, you know... I think it's the UFC fan in me that watches their pay-per-views and they have 2 title matches. You know, last night we had UFC 274. We had the women's strawweight and we had the lightweight title. Not every belt was defended last night, right? I know it's a different sport, right? I know that it's different, and I know that they only have so many fights a year. Each fighter, they tend to fight 2 times a year, maybe 3, more than likely 2. So you're not going to have every title defended. I totally understand. But what I do think is that it makes that title match feel more important. Like, it is a big deal once you actually get to the title match. Whereas if every belt is defended on every show, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It really relies on what the feud is. So I'm really not down on there being only one title match. But I think the fact that there's no WWE title defense, no Universal title defense, that is lacking. I also think that some of these feuds just have not grabbed people's attention. I don't think anyone cares about Bobby Lashley versus Omos. I think that there's probably limited interest in Happy Corbin Madcap. I think Edge and AJ should be fun, but it feels like it's the start of something. More than it being like, this is going to end it all. I don't think anyone is expecting this story to end here. And I think that's probably hurting this match as well, because I think a lot of people are thinking this is going to have a screwy finish, or it's just going to continue this feud, or I'm interested to see how they're going to continue it. But this feels like a match that, dare I say, you could miss, because it feels like the next pay-per-view is going to have another version of this match. Maybe it's Judgment Day versus, maybe it's Edge and Damian Priest versus Finn Balor and AJ Styles at the next pay-per-view. It feels like it's setting up whatever's going to come next. So I feel like, you look at it and it's like, there's not really a great deal. First of all, there's not loads of matches on this. There's 6 or 7, which again, I don't mind. It definitely doesn't have the razzmatazz of, coming off the back of WrestleMania is always difficult. And then, as I said, for different reasons, there's probably things that there's only one title match. There's no WWE or Universal title being defended. The main event looks like it's going to be a 6-man tag match, which feels a bit Raw, a little bit SmackDown. Omos versus Bobby Lashley. I don't think anyone cares. AJ versus Edge. Again, feels like you could maybe do it on Raw or SmackDown, because it doesn't feel like this is the end of a feud, or even, dare I say, a significant step in the feud. It really depends if someone's going to interfere or where we go after it. But it could be a great match. It could be an incredible match between Edge and AJ. But it feels to me like, I think it would be. Here's my point. Imagine if Edge AJ had happened on Raw a few weeks ago, and what we were getting tonight was Edge and Damian Priest taking on Finn Balor and AJ Styles in Hell in a Cell. And we had Hell in a Cell tonight, Judgment Day, versus whatever this new version of Bullet Club's called, Balor Club, whatever you want to call it, yeah? So you've got Finn Balor and AJ inside Hell in a Cell against Damian Priest and Edge. Like, to me, that feels like a pay-per-view match. That feels like a premium live event match. That feels like something that conjures up memories of New Day versus Usos inside Hell in a Cell, which was an amazing match. It was brilliant. One of the best matches. It's so good. So good. It conjures up like memories of that. And I feel like that then starts to feel like a premium live event. That is something you're not seeing on Raw or SmackDown. Whereas tonight feels like it's just a step towards what that might be at the next pay-per-view. We might get that at Hell in a Cell. You know, we might be working our way towards that. But tonight feels like a step in that direction. And I think as a result of that, maybe that match hasn't really captured people's imaginations in the same way that, you know, that Hell in a Cell match I just mentioned would. So, yeah, I mean, look, we spoke about it. I don't disagree. I think it is dry. I think that's a good way of putting it, actually. An interesting way of putting it. It is quite dry. It doesn't have, like, the Hell in a Cell. It doesn't have, like, some of those interesting things. But would we normally be here on a Sunday? No. Like, Sunday night, I'm normally doing other stuff. So for us to be sat here on a Sunday doing a show like this, I think is really good, really exciting. I'm genuinely looking forward to just spending some time with you guys, chatting away as we've been doing for over an hour now, and just seeing whatever we get. Do you know what I mean? To me, this is just, you know, it's just a really good episode of Raw, if you want to look at it that way. It's a really damn good episode of Raw on a Sunday night. It's a little bonus ball. I'm just grateful that it didn't collide with last night, because they've been doing Saturday premium live events, and if this had been on last night, I don't know what we would have done, to be honest, because my attention was with UFC 274, and then a lot of people are talking to me about Canelo. How the hell do you shoehorn WrestleMania Backlash in there? I really don't know. So I'm just really grateful that we're here and we can watch it. So that's how I'm looking at it, and hopefully it's going to surprise us and give us some wonderful memories that we can all tell our grandkids about. That would be nice. That would be nice. Look at Twitter, says Jason. What's happening, Jason? What's happening? What's happening on Twitter, Jason? What's the news? What's the panic? Everyone calm down. I've got so many. Oh, I'm on the Wrestling Escape Pod 1. Are you going to Clash at the Castle? I'm not, buddy, no. Not at the moment. Jason says, people backstage in WWE have said Roman is heavily figured into creative plans for the foreseeable future and is not expected to leave any time soon. We touched on it, Jason, actually, but we touched on it. It was I think Harley that mentioned that Fightful have been reporting today that people are saying they're not expecting Roman to go. But I feel like we're going round in circles here, but I'm not expecting Roman to go. Even when I saw it last night, I thought, well, he'll go to a reduced schedule. I do think it was quite interesting for what it was going to mean for like his title reign. And as I said, if it gets announced that it's Roman versus Bron Breakker at WrestleMania 39, well, then I might start thinking Bron Breakker's going to win the title. Because Roman is seemingly going to a more reduced like dates, limited schedule, more reduced schedule. So maybe they would put the belt on someone else at WrestleMania 39. But if it's going to be The Rock, then no, I think it's going to be a case that Roman's going to win. But did you know AEW spent $80 million building Fight Forever, a game from scratch? That is wild. I didn't. That is wild. That is wild. That's a lot of money, isn't it? $80 million. Is that true? How would you even spend 80 million? How much does Grand Theft Auto cost? How much is Grand Theft Auto to make? Where's that number come from? Grand Theft Auto. Let's just go San Andreas. How much was that to make? Budget. Let's go budget. What was the budget of San Andreas? The San Andreas, which granted came out in 2004. That's a long time ago, actually, thinking about it. That's longer ago than I thought. But came out in 2004. San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, came out on the PS2 and it came out on the PS3. Had a budget of $10 million. So how has this wrestling game got a budget of $80 million? Because it ain't going to be big. It ain't bigger than San Andreas. $80 million. I appreciate things get more expensive. And this is not 2004. But what was the budget for Grand Theft Auto 4? Because that was the next one after. Grand Theft Auto 4, which came out in 2010. Is it around that ballpark? Had a budget of 100 million. Grand Theft Auto 4 had a budget of 100 million. It took 1,000 people working on the game for 3.5 years. And that had a budget of 100 million. I'm struggling to see AEW Fight Forever have a budget of 80 million. That seems insane to me. Grand Theft Auto 5 had a budget of 60 million. That was expected to rise to 80. I mean, I know it has gone over budget. This is a list from about 10 years ago of the most expensive games to make. Think about where AEW would sit on that list if that is true. 80 million wasn't the budget. It went over budget. The budget was 15. How do you go from 15 to 80? How do you go from 15 to 80? No. Is that come from Meltzer? If that's come from Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp, I'll believe it. But right now, as I said, this is an article from 2010, so you're going back 12 years. So don't forget, that's 12 years ago. Okay, so I'm sure that list is very different now. But as of 12 years ago, it would be the second most expensive game ever from a budget point of view. I don't know, man. That if that is true, that blows my mind. That genuinely blows my mind. That 80 million for a video game, that would blow my mind. For a wrestling game. Is there a budget for 2K22? They built that from scratch. What's the budget from that? 2K22 budget. Is that information on there? This might not be, mightn't it? How much does 2K22 cost? No, that's to buy. Is it worth getting? How many copies did it sell? It doesn't have the budget information for 2K22. That would have been really interesting. An initial budget of 15 and it rose to 80. It would need to sell like 1.8 million copies just to break even. It's mental, innit? Right, where are we? We are 5 minutes away from the kickoff show, I believe. 5 minutes from the kickoff show. A whole new engine. It takes 5 years before they turn a profit on the AEW game. Does anyone know where that info's come from? I'd just be interested to know. Listen, I'm not saying it's not true. All I'm saying is that, I mean, if it is true, that strikes me as absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Would you have an I Quit match for the main event? Oh, tonight would I have the title match for the main event? It's a really good question because my gut feeling is yes, a title match should be the main event. but you're going to have to follow the 6-man tag match. Unless you do the 6-man tag match first, but why would you ever put Roman Reigns out there first? So I think you could do the 6-man tag match, then have a little breaker match so that people can get their breath, and then end on the title match. But to be honest, what actually feels right is to do the 6-man tag as the main event. But I don't like it, because I do think a title match should be at the show closer. And, you know, you just have to... If it's an I Quit match, can you remember how great, and it was great, the Charlotte Ronda Survivor Series match was, when they were wailing away with kendo sticks and they were, like, all, like, marked and everything, and it was brutal. Like, if you were going to have that as the main event, you'd have to turn it up to 11. You'd have to go to those kind of lengths, because it would have to exceed what the 6-man tag match did. I think, to be honest, what feels right is the 6-man tag main event in, but what I wish would main event would be the title match, if that makes sense. It's just hard, innit? Because Roman is undeniably the biggest star, so how do you not have him in the main event? But he's not defending any belts. It's just a 6-man tag thing. So, you know, I feel like you're belittling the women's title, so I can see arguments for both. I would say the 6-man tag feels like it's the right thing to go last, because it's going to be a big epic war. But I wish it was the title, because I do think titles deserve that respect. Edward said, I think Charlotte loses, but I could see her winning if there is a return tonight. Bob says, we are 4 minutes away. A few minutes away, yes, from the start of the kickoff show. Then we've got the kickoff show. Then we've got the show itself. And as we said, tomorrow's Raw should be a lot of fun as well. Looking forward to it. William said, spoiler, Bray Wyatt returns tonight. Bonkers said, a lot of rematches from WrestleMania. NUFC said, do you think Seth will win and fight Cody at the next pay-per-view? It could be a 1-1 tiebreaker. Cody will win and win his first feuds. I definitely think that's a story that you could tell, yes. I definitely think that is a direction that you could go. I don't know that we'll go in that direction, though. I don't know. Is the next pay-per-view Money in the Bank? Because I've got to think Cody is probably going to be in that Money in the Bank match. So I think there's maybe a chance that Cody wins tonight. So I'm leaning more to Cody getting the win here, to be honest. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting because, as you said, you could absolutely have Seth win and then have Cody take the feud. I don't think Cody losing is a problem. Not everyone needs to have an undefeated streak. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's fine if Cody was to lose to Seth, because then that allows Seth to, you know, humiliate Cody on, like, Raw and say, I told you, you're just not my level. You beat me when I didn't know that you was going to be my opponent, and as soon as I knew, I beat you. You can't beat me, and then it would set up a third match. So I actually think that would be really good storytelling. I would not have a problem with that at all. For tomorrow, Michael said Billy Batty is the source for the 80 million budget. I have no idea who that is. If it's not a Dave Meltzer or a Sean Ross Sapp, then I take it with a pinch of salt. Kaysen said, do you think Ricochet could win Money in the Bank and Roman Reigns versus Gunther at Hell in a Cell? I don't think it's too soon for Gunther, to be honest. I think Gunther's beaten a couple of jobbers and Drew Gulak. So I kind of feel like he probably needs a few mid-card feuds before going after the big dog. And both of them are heels. So it wouldn't feel like the right way forward there, to be honest. It came from Disco Inferno and Conan's podcast. There's a guy on there that first broke the news of Cody leaving and internal figures, and he has been right so far, says Dragon Den. Okay. I would take it with a pinch of salt. If it's not Meltzer and it's not Sean Ross Sapp, maybe a wrestle votes. I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I keep saying that because I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying that I would look at it and go, take that with a pinch of salt. You know, that's certainly not something that I would be taking as gospel. But if you're happy with it and you think it's good and trustworthy, then fair play. Do you think Drew will dethrone Roman? I hope not. To be honest, he's not the person that I want to see dethrone Roman. But he could be. He's got as good a chance as maybe anyone. I think Vince does see Drew as a top superstar. And someone that he's put the belt on before. And don't forget, when he won the title when no one was around. So I think I could understand if they wanted to like give him a big win and push him forwards. And also, if Roman is about to go to a more reduced schedule, they're probably going to be looking around for who could be the next Roman. And I got to think Drew's got a great look. I don't know that he's got the charisma though. I don't know that he's got that X factor. It's a hard thing to put into words as to what that is. I mean, he's got the size and he can wrestle. I just don't know if he's got that X factor. Although saying that, I mean, if you turned him heel, that could be interesting. A heel Drew, I think. I don't like face Drew. Face Drew, I don't like. Maybe if you turned him heel, I'd be maybe into him a little bit more. But yeah, he could be someone of interest, and he's got as good a chance as anyone. If there's no Brock tonight, when do you think he comes back with SummerSlam just around the corner? Yeah, I think SummerSlam, he could come back, but SummerSlam is like August. So, I think next we got Money in the Bank. After that, there's something else. I think SummerSlam's August and then Clash at the Castle. Am I right in saying it's August? Or July? I think I could see him coming back for the build for that, but I don't think it'll be tonight. I think he'll be at SummerSlam, but I don't think it'll be on this show. Days, what WWE return do you think will never happen in a million years? For me, it's Pac. I get that you never say never, but I think it's safe to say never in this case. It's probably safe to say never in Pac's case, yeah. Pac, I mean, it's hard to argue with that, actually. I think Moxley is someone that could go back to do something with the Shield. He's got, like, that is the only thing that's bringing Moxley back. I don't see Moxley going back. Because the WWE style is not Moxley's style. Moxley is death matches, walking moody in the crowds, all that kind of stuff, like aggression, anger. He's not sports entertainment, WWE. So I feel like Moxley could go back, but it would be to do something with the Shield. I just don't think, and it would be nowhere, like, not, it would be like long into the future, years down the road. It wouldn't be anytime soon. So I suppose I can't really say Moxley only for that reason. Pac, as I said, Pac's pretty good. Pac's pretty good shout. I've got it. Ryback. I'm pretty confident you'll never see Ryback in WWE again. There we go. Found it. I knew there'd be someone out there. Even Ryback, I mean, like, make no mistake, Ultimate Warrior and Bruno Sammartino said plenty of stuff about Vince. Bruno, not as nasty. I mean, Bruno was just talking about the drugs and, like, where WWE had, like, fallen to and how he didn't like the current product. He was just outspoken about the current product. So Bruno wasn't bad. Warrior was not great when it came to talking about Vince and all that kind of stuff. They found their way back. Ryback, I don't see Ryback getting back, though, to be honest. I can't see Ryback ever getting back to WWE. Wrestle with Andy said, what if Bray came back and beat Roman, since Roman was the one to beat him and win the belts? Well, it's going to happen, mate, innit? It's going to happen. There's no escaping it. I don't expect it to be the case that we're going to see that. I don't expect that Bray's going to come back. I think he could go after Roman, but he would have to smooth things over with Vince, and he would have to want to go back to WWE. And to be honest, that's a massive thing. I mean, the way that he's been treated and the frustration that he felt whilst he was there, there's every chance that he doesn't want to go back to WWE ever again. Everyone sort of presumes that he would go back. There's no, he might not. There might be some assurances that he really would be looking for that might not come his way. Michael said, I refuse to listen to Meltzer or Sean Ross Sapp on anything. No wrestling source is perfect, but I listen to Billy Batty as Wrestling Jesus. He is my only source. Okay. I mean, all I will say is that Meltzer's and Sean Ross Sapp in particular, actually more so these days, pretty good hit rate with getting stuff right in advance. So I feel confident that Meltzer and Sean Ross Sapp have definitely got sources in WWE. Are those sources always going to be right? Can people find things that are wrong? Sure. But I'm confident enough that if they say something, there's something to it. And in all credit, the same to Wrestle Votes as well. They've been proven to be right in the past also. It's just a lot of these journalists now keep coming out with stupid eye emojis and everything, so it's really frustrating. So that's great. If Billy Batty or whatever his name is your wrestling Jesus, then I'm pleased that you've got someone to worship. Kaysen said, do you think Ricochet versus Sammy in a hardcore match would be insane? Two great high flyers going at it, no rules. Ricochet versus Sammy, yeah, sure. The only thing is, though, is when it becomes gymnastics. There was something in AEW the other day that just really made me shake my head. It was a Dante Martin against someone, I can't remember. And they were up on the top rope, and basically they were kind of holding on to each other. And they both did, it was sort of like a Spanish fly, if you will. But they were clearly, both working with each other. They were both holding on to each other. They both did this backflip, and they landed on their feet. And it's I looked at it, and I'm like, this is now just straight up gymnastics. That is just gymnastics. That's two people on a top rope, both doing a backflip whilst holding on to each other. And it's just silly. It's just getting to the point where it's really, really silly. That is going to appeal to some people. Some people are going to love that, but that is really not for me. That is really, really not for me at all. So that completely took me out of that match that I watched the other day. But there's people in the chat that were absolutely loving it. That kind of high-flying style, I think, can be really good, when it's done really well. And I feel like we've got to the point where we've done so much of that. They're trying to find new ways of, engaging the crowd. But those new ways are really leaving believability behind and kayfabe behind. And now it just becomes just about the spots. Now it's not even so much about them looking like they're trying to beat their opponent. Now it's just about the moment. It's about the moment. It's about, could this moment be shared on Twitter, and could it be shared on Instagram, and can it hit social media? It feels like wrestling is really trying to find its place in the modern world, and there's lots of different things that are happening, and lots of stuff we've seen. We've seen cinematic matches, we're seeing social media moments, we're seeing lots of different things. We're seeing 5-star classics as well. But it does feel like wrestling's trying to find its place in a world that's got UFC, in a world that's got social media. And I think some things, work and look really good. But some things I'm quite happy to sit here and go, no, that's really stupid. That's really silly. That's not the direction I would be going in. So I think, look, Ricochet against Sammy Guevara, I would be down for watching it, but I would be lying if I was to say I wouldn't go into it thinking Sammy Guevara has definitely, in particular, got it in his arsenal to do just big, silly spots for the sake of it. Don't forget, the guy planted himself from the top of that ladder. So he was on top of a ladder. He jumped off, rotated several times. Again, there's no need for this. Those rotations don't actually result in you hitting your opponent harder or anything. Like, you could do a Superfly. You know how Jimmy Superfly used to, like, jumped off the top of that cage? The height that he comes down, he comes crashing down. Look at what Montez Ford does. He comes jumping off and comes crashing down on his opponent. And that impacts, he bounces off and he's selling it, holding his ribs and all this kind of stuff. That impact's a massive impact. Where Sammy adds these extra somersaults, he is only adding those for effect. They don't provide any extra, like, there's no reason for him to do those. It's just for show. It's just for showmanship, right? And so he adds these somersaults and ended up getting lost midair and comes crashing down and, like, absolutely just basically powerbombed himself from the top of a ladder. Like, he hit, like, the top of his back, his neck. Legit, like, he came down, like, here. Had he have come down a bit more like this, like, could have broke his neck, could have got killed. I mean, easy. Like, the way that he actually landed, the impact, the angle that he came down was, like, really critical as to how serious that injury was. And it's just, like, that kind of stuff. I look at him and, like, he could have just jumped off that ladder and delivered a splash, yeah? Off the top of the ladder. Still would have been a great-looking moment. But he had to add the little rotations. And all of that I just look at and think, it doesn't add anything. Silly. It's dangerous. You're going to hurt yourself. He did hurt himself. And I think Sammy's got the potential to go too far with that stuff. So I would be concerned on that front, to be honest. I think Ricochet's got the potential as well, but maybe I've been really conditioned by the WWE style because you don't get that so much in WWE. You don't get, like, that kind of... And you did get it from, say, Neville, but Neville used it as a finisher, like the Red Arrow. This was just in the middle of the match that Sammy was using it. And that example I gave where the two guys held onto each other and did a backflip and landed on their feet, and the crowd were like, yeah! Like, that was just in the middle of a match. These things aren't finishing moves. This isn't like, here I go, I've won this match, let's, put the bow on this thing. I could understand a little bit of flair if it was going to be your finishing move, but that's a big criticism of modern wrestling, is that a lot of big, wonderful-looking moves are just in the middle of a match. They're not finishers. It does my head in about reverse Ranas. The reverse Rana, where you actually get someone, you get your legs on their head, and then you take them backwards and you spike them on their heads. I mean, that is like an extreme DDT. You are getting dropped on your head backwards without even knowing that it's coming. You're just standing there, and someone then gets their legs and takes you backwards and drops you on your head. Like, that, to me, how that doesn't finish careers, I have no idea. But now it's just used in the middle of a match. It's just basically a clothesline these days. You know what I mean? It's just in the middle of a match. People go for a pin after, they get a 2, and they're like, oh, that didn't do it. It's like, it's crazy where wrestling is now in some matches. I do think that, we have sort of lost focus a little bit. But I think wrestling has lost a little bit of focus because it's really struggling to know its place in the modern world. It's very interesting, though. It's a very interesting conversation. What is wrestling in 2022? How do you compete against the violent UFC? How, you're never going to be as violent as what UFC is. So, and everyone knows that it's scripted now. The cat's out the bag. So what do you do now? I suppose this is where the argument comes in that you turn up the showmanship. Well, if we can't be as violent as UFC and everyone knows we're scripted, what do we do? So, is the argument, well, let's do the extra flips. Let's do the stuff you won't see in UFC. You ain't going to see someone do those somersaults in UFC, are you? If anyone wants to see that kind of stuff, you're going to have to watch pro wrestling, and maybe that's the identity of pro wrestling going forward. So it's very interesting, though. It's a whole conversation we could have, but maybe this is not the time nor the place for such a conversation. But right now, we've got MVP on the kickoff show. If you are just joining us, we are watching the kickoff show, but it is just video packages. We've got MVP here talking about Omos and what this is going to be tonight when he takes on Bobby Lashley, and what we can expect to see from this match. Edward said, "How old are you? My mum doesn't believe you're 21. 21. 21. I enjoy the conversations. Wrestling is definitely struggling to find itself," says Owen. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, like, this isn't a knock of anything. As I said, for me, this isn't a case of saying, like, oh, that's all really stupid and, you know, they should be just ashamed of themselves. That's not the conversation. The conversation is me saying, honestly, the stuff I just mentioned doesn't do it for me. It does it for others, and there was people in the chat that was enjoying it, but that stuff doesn't do it for me. That's not why I got into wrestling. You know, that I wasn't watching that when I was young. That wasn't, you know, I'm sure the lucha style had that, but that's not what I was watching when Big Boss Man was taking on Nails, or when the Ultimate Warrior was running down to the ring, or when I was watching Hulk Hogan, or when I was watching, like, the British Bulldog. You know, for me, it was big, powerful guys trying to beat their opponent to figure out who the best was. That was pro wrestling. But in the modern age, you know, that might not be enough. You know, what I watched and what I enjoyed from the early 90s, mid-90s, might not be enough in 2022. And as we said, because big, powerful people trying to prove they're the best is the UFC. That is what the UFC is. So, and, you know, boxing has always been there as well as an alternative. So, you know, what is pro wrestling's identity in 2022? Daniel said, "Do you think the Forbidden Door being in Chicago could give Punk an edge? Put the belt on him at Double or Nothing so that he goes into that show as AEW champion?" I think it's difficult, to be honest, because I would be very surprised if they would take the belt off Hangman already. I don't think Hangman's title reign has been brilliant or really captured imagination or, you know, pushed the company forward. I think it's been a nice story, but it's not doing anything for the ratings. The ratings are down, but they're down for everyone. Again, this isn't a knock on AEW. The ratings are down for everyone. Down for Raw, down for SmackDown. It's NBA playoffs and everyone's struggling. So, you know, it is what it is. It's one of those things. I think that I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see what they do at that show, because I can see an argument for sticking with Hangman and giving him a big win over CM Punk and sticking with that title reign. Equally, I can see a big argument as to why you would go in a different direction and why you would go with CM Punk and it being in Chicago. I think being in Chicago could be a red herring, because whenever it's been in Chicago, I can't remember exactly if he's won every time he's been in Chicago, but it could be that he has, and this time people are expecting him to do it again, but this time he doesn't get it done because Hangman's just too good, kind of a thing. So I can see an argument for both directions. I think they stick with Hangman Page. I think this is a good opponent for him to beat, and beat in Chicago as well. You know, Hangman being able to say he beat CM Punk in Chicago is a very credible thing for him to be able to say. Sean said, hello, Wrestling Days. Hello, Sean. We deserve one of the titles, the Universal or World title, to be on the line tonight. That is what is missing from this pay-per-view, says Sean. Scarlett said, would you rather see Alexa Bliss join Edge or Rhea Ripley? Rhea Ripley. I would much rather Rhea Ripley. I think Alexa Bliss doing that, like, spooky, creepy stuff, I'm done with that now. I think that she is very talented. actress that can deliver material. She's a good character actress. I think she can do, she can do well in those roles. She really gets into the character. But I think if she was to go into the Edge thing now, it's going to be too similar to what she's just done. And I don't know. I don't think that it's going to quite fit because, I mean, she's not going to join the House of Edge, or I keep saying that, but it's like Judgment Day. She's not going to join that with Lily, is she? And superpowers and making people cough up black goo and making playgrounds appear. And I just feel like we need to move away from all that stuff. I just think that we need to get her back to like credibility. Again, there's another example of wrestling struggling to find its place. Wrestling in the modern age has leaned more into that supernatural stuff because I think it's looking like, well, people are into Marvel films. People are into superheroes. People love Marvel and all that kind of stuff. So, should we go into that? Should we lean into, our superstars have got these powers? Our superstars have got the ability to do these things. And that's something that they've dabbled with as well. And for me, it doesn't work. I think that the biggest reason as to why it doesn't work is because they never stick with it. I think that if you've got someone that's got superpowers, I'm under the impression that everyone else in wrestling is human and has a human background. I mean, we've just sat and listened to Lacey Evans talking about how hard her upbringing was and talking about how her dad, has mistreated her and all this kind of stuff. Like, we just had 5 weeks of Lacey Evans telling me all this stuff, right? So in my mind, Lacey Evans is like you and me. She's had struggles. She's a person. So if Lacey Evans was to encounter someone like Alexa, who has the ability to make playgrounds appear in the click of her fingers, has the ability to change her attire mid-match, like lights go out, they come back on, she's wearing something completely different, has the ability to make someone throw up black goo. Like, someone like Lacey Evans should be freaking out, you would imagine. Someone like Lacey Evans should be concerned, but no one is. No one is concerned. No one seems to be that scared of Alexa. I mean, at the Royal Rumble, people were just trying to pick her up and eliminate her. Not like, oh my God, it's her. Oh my God, it's... Like, no one seems to have that fear of Alexa, of like, what's going on. They can't tell the story. They're not... Then the company is too big to tell that story. It can't tell that story. It can't pay enough attention to the detail that is needed to tell that story. And that's always been my biggest problem with like all that kind of stuff. But it's another example whereby wrestling trying to find its identity. So for me, I would like Alexa to move away from that because I just don't think WWE is set up to tell those stories. I don't think it can tell those stories. I would move away from it. I would move her back to being a goddess. I've said before, I really like the idea of her being the leader of like a Mean Girls kind of a group. I really like that. I think she could have like that Tiffany Stratton. She could have her with us. Maybe some others down in NXT you could put in there. Maybe Aaliyah. You could put Aaliyah in there as well. And they could be a group of like, Mean Girls that bully the other girls. And, Alexa can have them do her work for her, basically. I really like it. I really, really like it. I think that's the direction I would take Alexa. But we'll have to see. I mean, she could come back as she was. She could go into the House of Black thing, Judgment Day thing. I've got to stop saying House of Edge, man. I've got to stop saying that. But she could go into that group and stay as she was. But I everyone knows my thoughts. I would like for it to go back more to where she was, or give me some different for Alexa again. Let's reinvent her again. Let's do something new again, and see what we can come up with next. Alexa could start a faction with Doudrop and Nikki. Doudrop looks wicked these days, says channel name. That would be fun. I don't really mind who would go in it. I don't really mind who's in her little group. I mean, she was with Nikki ASH, wasn't she? They were a team. So they do have that history. But I love that Mean Girls thing. I love the idea that, like, you know, she's going around bullying the women. And, like, it'd be interesting to see how would they respond to that. How would they try and take them down? It's a bit like The Shield, isn't it? You know how The Shield came in and sort of, like, dominated WWE. And then you had all these kind of superstars trying to join forces to take them down. I remember, wasn't it Team Hell No? And was it CM Punk? I know it was Team Hell No and someone. It might have been CM Punk that were battling the Shield. And it's like, you know, these weird combinations of superstars that were just trying to deal with this problem. And the problem was the Shield. You could kind of have a female Shield in a way. It could be really... when I say that, I don't mean coming through the crowd in, like, SWAT gear. I mean dominating the division. Like, they run the show kind of a thing. A bit like the Bloodline now. You know, the Bloodline... head of the table, run the show, tribal chief. They want all the belts. You know, you could have Alexa doing something, but for the women, which I think would be fun. Gaming in Real Time said, I'm not going to lie, I forgot that Backlash was today. British Soundboard Pranks says, do you see a new member of the Judgment Day stable? I predict interference by Ciampa or a swerve by Balor during the Edge AJ match. Do I see a member of the Judgment Day stable? I hope so. I thought Balor, but now I'm starting to think that what we could actually get is someone different, like Tommaso Ciampa. I wouldn't put Ciampa straight into it, as I said. I think if you're going to go that way, it'd be really good to explore why now he's serving Edge, because Edge is the leader. Why would Tommaso Ciampa kind of submit himself to Edge? I would really want an answer to that, because I don't mind Tommaso being a heel, but him being just part of a faction just does not feel like Tommaso Ciampa. But then I've got to get out of my own head, really. I've got to remember that what I'm thinking about is NXT Tommaso Ciampa, and we know that the main roster is completely different to NXT. You know, Raquel Gonzalez is now Raquel Rodriguez. Do you know what I mean? Pete Dunne is now Butch. Like, it seems like there's no connection between NXT and the main roster. So just because my impression of Tommaso Ciampa that's been built up over years of watching him in NXT, now he's on the main roster, I suppose I need to just go, okay, we've started again type thing. So I suppose if I think about it that way, there's nothing stopping him just joining Judgment Day. But I really, really, really can see Cody joining AJ and Finn, and then we get them taking on Edge, Damian Priest, and someone else. That's someone else more likely to be Tommaso Ciampa. So, yeah, I think we will get some movement on that today. I can definitely see some movement on that today. Sean said, Alexa has had the weirdest career. She's had a lot of title runs early. Then the Fiend stuff was the best thing in the pandemic. And then they ruined it. And now they've done the Lily Doll. Beep. Says Sean. Peter said, I was watching WCPW's 30-man Rumble. Cody, Ray, and Drew were in it in 2017, along with Matt Striker. Miguel said Charlotte needs a vacation. I predict she will lose tonight. David said, I think it would be cool for Alexa to create a faction Shield-ish and wear the SWAT team gear. I don't know that we'll go that way. I don't know that we'll get the Shield-esses. But I think she could certainly have a faction that, as we said, tries to take over the women's division on Raw, which I think could be very interesting. Daniel said, the match Hangman and Punk are having in Vegas after Forbidden Door is the show in Chicago, not Double or Nothing. I think they want Punk going into Forbidden Door as champion, says Daniel. Okay. Mia Yim returned to Impact at Under Siege, says Ray UK 08. Dort Knight said, how do you feel about my jingle fits the Dave's wrestling game? Spin the wheel, land a heel, join the chase, get a face, you have a team, time to dream. Now it's wrestle points from all your friends. I think you've had a stroke. That's what I think's happened there. I think you've actually now finally had a breakdown. Talking of breakdowns, this kickoff show is continuing to break down the Backlash cards. And right now we've got Charlotte Flair, Ronda Rousey, I Quit match that is being previewed. I would put a little question in the chat, but to be honest, I have no idea what I would ask. I have no idea what the question would be. Are you happy? Yes or no? I could ask that one. I think, like, for me, Ronda's going to win this. I don't think there's much surprise there. We could go with the 6-man tag. I suppose we could do the 6-man tag. That's probably going to be the main event, isn't it? Let's go for that, shall we? Let's go for that. Who wins the 6-man tag? Is it going to be RK Bro and Drew McIntyre? Or is it going to be Bloodline? Which way is it going to go? RK Bro and Drew or Bloodline? Daisy, you ready for WrestleMania Backlash? Yes. I was born ready. I was born this way. I was born this way. I'm on the right track, baby. I was born this way. If you are watching, drop a like. Amazingly, and I don't know how this has happened, we're already at 676. I mean, I had to literally cry blood last night during the UFC to try and get likes. It took hours and hours to get to 1,000. And without even mentioning it, we're at 677 right now. So if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like, because we could get 1,000 likes here. And that was a real battle last night. It's a battle that we won, though. Come on. Edward said, I think Charlotte loses, but I can see her winning if there's a return tonight. What about you? I think Charlotte loses, but I can see her winning if there's a return tonight. I think she loses, to be honest. I think she loses because if Bayley returns tonight, she was a heel. Charlotte's a heel. I'd have to think that's going to be Ronda's next challenger. Alexa's on Raw. So the only person I can see coming back is Bayley. So I'm thinking she's losing. Dizzledog said, all right, Lady Gaga, I'll drop a like just for that song. Thank you. I want RK Bro to win. However, with the Bloodline losing like every week for the past few weeks, I feel like they're going to end up victors tonight, says Scarlet Ninja. Ronda makes Flair cry and scream, I quit, says 6Scum9. James said it's over 700 now. Gee, honestly, that's pretty wild. I can't even begin to tell you how hard it was last night to try and get that moving. So, shout out to you, wrestling fans. Shout out to you, WWE fans. You're more generous than those awful UFC fans. Joking. Hustle, well, you are, clearly. I haven't even asked for any, and you've just been doing it. Hustle for love, shout out for you. I don't know, what is that? Vibes. Send in, are they good vibes? Bad vibes? Are you sending bad vibes? It's a bit rude. Bit rude to be sending bad vibes during this WrestleMania Backlash stream. But I appreciate it all the same. The Bloodline could lose, but it won't be Roman getting pinned. Maybe he gets pulled away from the match by Drew, says James. Bayley won't be there. She's gone out with her mom, says Robin. Robin, how do you know that? Are you sat outside Bayley's house with some binoculars? What's going on? And you're like, oh, there's Bayley and her mom and her attractive sister going down the road. Oh, look at that. Not sure about you, Robin. Not sure about you, mate. That's kind of stalkerish. You should be ashamed. I think so. If Flair is going to quit the equipment before Ronda, you think Flair is going to quit first? Dort Knight said, it's easy going to get to 1,000 likes. My vote is still in hematosis. That's a big word, dude. That's a big word. Can you please define hemostasis? Homostasis. Even I can't say it. Can you define that word, please? Yes, I could go onto Google and get a definition, but I'm way too lazy. Thank you. If you're going to use big words like that, then I expect you to define them. Thank you. Peter says, you don't like flips, but the best wrestler in the world by far is Will Ospreay, says Pete Cena. Well, that's your opinion. I mean, what I would say is I haven't seen a great deal of Will Ospreay. If you enjoy Will Ospreay, and Will Ospreay is doing a lot of those kind of flips. I mean, look, some flips you can do to, like, evade and get out the way. If it is logical and it's all within the frame of a competitive match and it doesn't take you out of the match like a lot of the flips I see does for me, then maybe he is someone that is using that style in the correct manner to have, you know, incredible matches. So he could be the king of applying that style, whereas everyone else that's, you know, trying to do it is doing it at a much lower standard. So I don't watch New Japan, so I can't comment. But so I can't sit here and say, yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Will Ospreay's the best. I can't comment because I don't watch his matches. What I can tell you is that if I did watch them, if I watched them and the flips he was doing was silly and were taking me out of the match, then I would disagree that he is the best wrestler in the world, because that is not the style that I like. Robin said it's on her Instagram story. Is she throwing you off, though, buds? Just going out with my mom now. Bye. Just saying, Robin. Just saying, mate. She might be playing you like a cheap violin. Sean said, okay, bro, will come to an end. It's never that will never happen. It's when and why. WWE hate tag teams being together for too long. Kaysen said, will you do Forbidden Door? I think so, because I think it's on a Sunday. If it's on a Saturday night going up against like a big UFC show or a big boxing thing, then as always, it's going to struggle. Because decisions will have to get made. And UFC is, on a Saturday, really where our priority lies. I mean, if it's going to be like a big WWE pay-per-view going up against a fight night, then, I feel quite good for WWE's chances. But it really depends what's going up against what, to be honest. LFC Stoner, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Lauren said, I remember last year's Backlash, she was feeling a bit sick and tempted to not go live. I hope you are better than that today. Was I? I do remember that. And I can't remember where I got it from. I do remember not feeling well, and I was like, man, I remember that. I was like, man, if I can just get through like the first half an hour, if I can just do like a preview, then I'll do the preview. Or so. I remember that, yeah. I didn't until you mentioned it. So, yeah, shout out to you, Lauren. She said, I can't remember why I got it, though. I don't remember. It's not like me to get ill. I had COVID this year, and that knocked me out for a few days. And I'd forgotten about that. That's honestly one of the only times I can remember ever being ill. But we still did the stream, and actually we got through it, and I remember feeling better as the stream was going on. Starting off, I was like, I'm not going to make it. But then as we kept going, I don't know. I don't know if I warmed up or what. I have no idea. Yeah, I do remember that. Do you think Drew is going to dethrone Roman, and do you want that to happen? I think no to both. I don't want it to happen because Drew is not someone that I'm too high on. I think that, with the right booking, I can get back on board with him. I just think he's kind of been put on the back burner for a long time with his feud with Madcap and everything. He's just been put on the back burner. So I would go into it with a bit of like, not sure about this. But, we might get to a point where I'm like, yeah, he's cool. I don't mind it. To be honest, I'm probably more on Cody. Cody doing it. I love Gunther, but obviously he's a heel and Roman's a heel, so I can't see that happening. Bron Breakker is bubbling away in NXT. There's maybe a chance that he comes up at the next draft, and then you might be able to build towards him. Like, give him a good 5 months builds, he might be at a decent place. So we're probably a long way off for Bron Breakker, but he's shown that you can move quick and he can carry that responsibility. He is the NXT champ and he's not buckling under that weight. So he's someone that is on the radar as well. So there's maybe a few. Drew's in the conversation, of course. It's not the person that I would personally choose, though. But we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. If tonight's entertaining, then, that will start changing my mind. If I see more entertaining Drew matches, I mean, his match at WrestleMania was very forgettable. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just feels a bit cold at the moment. Just feels a bit cold. That feud with Madcap and Happy Corbin did not do it for me at all. Whatever happened to that golden egg? Wasn't it worth $10 million? Very suspicious. Are you... It just went... It was part of a movie, wasn't it? It was part of that Rocks movie at SummerSlam last year. So it was a prop from that, I believe. Austin Theory found the egg. He did. Doesn't Roman think he's going to be a movie star? He sold City there. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, but he's not expected. The latest reports are he's not expected to leave WWE. He just might work a more reduced schedule, that's all. So don't think that's going to affect a great deal. I very much recommend watching Ospreay. Where did that go? Days. You won't regret it, says Pete. It's nothing to do with Ospreay, to be honest. It's just New Japan in general. It's just not part of my regular viewing. I used to watch Wrestle Kingdom, and I might watch like a bit of G1 or Dominion or something. But I actually got hit with some copyright strikes from New Japan, and I was like, forget this, forget this. One thing that I actually got a copyright strike for was there was a GIF that was doing the round on Twitter, and all the GIF was no wrestling. It was you saw the ring, you saw the audience, and then you saw the camera shake, and it was an earthquake actually hit during a match, and the wrestlers were stood on the edge of the ring waiting, to get the match started. I think it was a tag match, and the building started to shake, and it was only about 10 seconds clip of the building shaking, and it was all over social media. It was all over Twitter. So what I did was I took that 10 seconds, I did a little piece like this where I spoke to the camera, and the clip, the 10 seconds, was just shown small in the corner, a bit like what you would see on the news. Like when you watch the 10 o'clock news and they're like, this happened at the Oscars, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and then they show a clip of the incident. You are allowed to do that under free use because you're actually changing the purpose of the clip. The clip is obviously a wrestling show, and so its purpose is to show wrestling. Well, I wasn't showing wrestling. I was showing an earthquake that had hit, and I was doing a news piece on it. So that's the kind of thing where they easily could have got in touch with me and said, can you take it down? We don't want you showing that. I would have took it down. I would have been like, okay. I wouldn't have fought it. I would have been like, okay, fine. I know I'm fine to do it. I know I'm covered under fair use. I know that that's acceptable. I know if I went to court, I'd feel really good about winning that case because the meaning of it has changed. It's not a wrestling show that I'm showing. It's not like I've took the wrestling show and I've just put it on my YouTube channel. I'm showing that an earthquake hit, and I'm just showing the moment that it did, a clip that's already all over social media. So there was so much to it that I felt confident about that I was like, that's why I did it and put it in. But they didn't get in touch with me. They didn't ask me to take it down. They literally just gave me a copyright strike. And if the channel gets 3, it gets deleted. YouTube just deletes the channel. If you get 3 of them within the space of, I think it's 6 months or something, the channel gets deleted. And I was like, what? Out of nowhere, they just went, copyright strike. So I was like, man, forget this. Think of everything you watch on YouTube and all the videos that have got clips in. You know, think of Botchamania. Think of, well, just anything where it uses actual footage. Just think of how much stuff is out there. And New Japan are just like, for a 10-second clip not showing any wrestling. Copyright strike. They are ruthless. Ruthless. So I was like, nah, forget this. Sean Ross Sapp did a watch-along for Wrestle Kingdom, didn't show any footage, didn't play any audio, and he got a copyright strike. Copyright strike for just doing what we're doing now, just talking. He got a copyright strike. I think he was able to challenge that and get rid of it. But he still got hit with one. I think what they do is they don't really look at what's in the videos, to be honest. They just, if you talk about them, like, there's a chance you could just get a copyright strike, and then you deal with it afterwards. So they are ruthless, man. And after that, I was like, I'm not doing any New Japan stuff ever again. So if I'm not going to be talking about it, and if I'm not going to be like doing watch-alongs for it, it falls off my schedule, to be honest. It just falls off my schedule. So I was watching Wrestle Kingdoms, and I used to really enjoy them. I mean, it is a really, really great promotion. I do really like it. But, yeah. What are your 5 favorite wrestlers? What, right now? I like, as I said, you know, going back to that conversation we had before, I like wrestlers that are in there that are really getting stuck in, really trying to win matches, really, you know, that's why Gunther is, like, one of my favorites. He goes in there and just lays it in, man. He does not mess around. He goes in there and just tries to beat his opponent. The ring general, the mat is sacred. I'm very high on him. I love Asuka. I think what Asuka does in the women's division, I think she genuinely is one of the best female wrestlers. So, love Asuka. Love Gunther. Love Daniel Bryan. I think Blackpool Combat Club is doing some really good stuff in AEW. But Bryan Danielson would be top of that list. Love Serena Deeb. I think the professor of professional wrestling. I think she's great. Well, we got the Usos. Usos are here with Paul Heyman. See what's going to get said here. No. Happy Mother's Day to the mother of Roman Reigns. Happy Mother's Day to the mother of the Usos. More mothers should aspire to be a mother like the Usos' mother.
Well, Mother's Day aside, what does this have to do with the 6-man tag team match tonight?
It's great, isn't it, hearing from Paul Heyman? They're going to look across the ring at Riddle and Orton and Drew McIntyre, and they're going to see men whose mothers failed them. Failed to raise real men. It's interesting. It's interesting that he's approached this promo from a Mother's Day point of view. And there we go, they walk away. So they leave Roman Reigns' locker room. Just over 10 minutes to go. There are no matches on this kickoff show. We are still back at the panel. Just seeing inside the venue, and it looks busy in there. It looks pretty full. Looks like it's a potential sellout. They've got that kind of wide camera so you can see actually both sides. It's not like the one side is empty like you sometimes see on Raw. Lauren said, how time flies from that WrestleMania Backlash stream. You were smashing your face and everything with pills and ghost bananas. Fun times, just maybe not for you. I don't remember it. I remember you ate bananas at last year's Backlash to make you feel better. I seem to remember saying, like, the power of potassium or something, yes. to help get me through it, yes. I was not in a great place last year, so it's probably unsurprising that I can't quite remember it. But I do have bananas once again, and they are slightly... Oh, they are actually full-on ghost bananas as well. Look at that. Ghost banana, ghost banana. There's always drama with ghost banana. There we go. Tea and beans on toast, says Root Beer Float. Question, how shocked would you be if Finn Balor joins his Edge's faction after all he has evil experience? I would not be massively shocked. I would be really into it. I think that him and the Demon and all that being part of Judgment Day would be a really, really good addition. I am also into the idea of him joining forces with AJ, though, so I definitely think Balor fits into this feud. He could go into Judgment Day, he could join forces with AJ. Like, there's different paths you can take with him. So I'm really interested to see what happens. Damian Priest is barred from ringside. We could have Finn Balor coming down, everyone thinking he's about to help AJ, and then he turns on him. Or, you know, he could be that Damian Priest comes down even though he was barred. Finn Balor makes the save. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't quite tell which way it's going to go or what they'll end up doing, but I'm very excited to find out. Jim said, I've got a bit of a brain freeze from my Frosty. Fun stuff. Not. Are you doing Money in the Bank? It clashes with UFC 276. I don't know. It's a problem. It's a big, big problem. Hello, Legend Killer. Hope you are well. I'm projecting audio from this through my house speakers whilst I cook. When you screamed ghost bananas, it scared the out of me. Should tell me what recipe you're doing. I could read it out for you. What you need to do now is put the rice in. Don't forget. Julian, Bud, the rice. You got to do the rice. It says here it needs 4 minutes. And then you've got to make sure that you put the chicken in. Yeah, put the chicken in with the rice, and then you should be able to get a lovely little rice and chicken meal done there. So, shout out to you, Julian. Could be cool if they convince him to release the Demon from time to time. I agree. If he goes into Judgment Day, it'd be a bit silly to not use that Demon character. So, I completely agree. I am learning Krav Maga. It is a fighting style used in the military and a great way for self-defense, says Case. I've never heard of it. Krav Maga. I've never heard of it. Krav Make America Great Again fighting style. Don't get political. Not interested. I couldn't ignore saying it because it was right there. I mean, I can't say MAGA without thinking Make America Great Again. I can't, you know what I mean? Like, they are now connected forever in my mind. But could be cool if they release the Demon. The Demon has never been heel, has it? Not that I can think of. Not that I can think of. But someone might go, yes, actually, there was this once. Not that I can think of. Down in NXT, I think it was always largely face, and I can't remember him using it in NXT. He was a bit of a tweener, wasn't he, when he was in NXT? The second time. Not that I can remember. Rivy said, you're a legend. Let's have a fun stream. Let's have a fun stream. Let's do that. Let's do that. Right, we are hopefully we're going to have a fun show to have a fun stream about. That's where we are 5 minutes away, what we're hoping for. And we've got a 6-man tag team match to preview. The main event of the evening, I'm guessing. So they're just going to finish talking about this, and then we will be underway with WrestleMania Backlash. 21 Connor says, I am ready for WrestleMania Backlash. DB Mikey said, what's your favourite pop noodle? None of them. I've only ever had the chicken and sweet corn, and I only ever had them when I was young, and they would, we'd have a few in the house, and it's one of those that if you needed a quick meal, that'd be it. But I've probably had about 10 pot noodles in my life, and I think all of them were chicken and sweet corn. So I can't say I am a pot noodle connoisseur, unfortunately. Darwin is ready. Dawn Knight said we're up to 758. Guys, like Spike. If you are a big fan of kindness, then drop a like as we continue to move towards WrestleMania Backlash, which is starting soon, and we are trying to get to 1,000 likes, which would be nice, because we tried to do that last night, and we did get there, but it was a lot of work. There was definitely tears. Can't believe there's only one championship on this pay-per-view, says 21 Connor. Harley said, Days, what if Roman challenges Drew to a match for the titles tonight after the 6-man tag, and then we wouldn't know who would win because the news of Roman leaving, and then it feels huge? Well, the Roman leaving stuff, there's a couple of things to that. First of all, that's next year, April, so we're a long way away. Second of all, there's reports that have now come out saying he might be working a reduced schedule, but there's plans for the foreseeable future for Roman, so he's, it's not expected that he's like going away like after that. So I don't think if we do get a match tonight for the titles, that would mean, well, Drew's definitely winning the titles. I mean, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's sort of crazy how this news has come out about all that's happened is Roman has said at a house show, I'm going to enter a new phase of my career in the future, and this might be the last time that I'm here. And that has now turned into Roman's leaving right now. That's how some people have like taken that news, which you can understand. I mean, the way it sounds and whatever, but this is something that he just said at a house show. This isn't an announcement that's been made or anything. WWE's announcement is we've got plans for him for the foreseeable future, but we do know that his contract expires in April. But at that point, I expect him to, work a more reduced, limited schedule. Darcy says, I hope everyone enjoys the show tonight. Dawn Knight said, whoever is the 1,000th person to like the stream could shout about it from the rooftops that they are the Millennium Falcon. Darwin said, I like the one title thing tonight, but I'm hoping Ronda beats Charlotte. It's going to need time. If you don't like this live, then you'd have to sit and watch a 10-hour montage of Eva Marie. Eva Marie, the UFC specialist, the UFC oracle. If what she doesn't know about the UFC is not worth knowing. So, she was... her tweet actually featured on the UFC broadcast last night, so... Right, they're doing their predictions as to who's going to win the main event. We can have a little look and see what we've got, and 60% of you think it's going to be RK Bro and Drew McIntyre. 40% of you think it's going to be the Bloodline. There is a lack of acknowledgement for the tribal chief, for the head of the table, for Roman Reigns. I also agree, though. I think it'll be Drew and RK Bro. Adam Chapman says, can you shout out Cameron Chapman? Yes. Shout out to Cameron Chapman. I hope you are well. I hope you are excited for WrestleMania Backlash. It's going to be starting very, very soon. Here we go, my friends. Here we go. Haley said, what if Brock shows up and attacks the Bloodline? Andrew and RK Bro help attack the Bloodline. I don't think it'll go that way, personally, just because I think we're moving to... Ooh, Cody Seth kicks off the show. Cody versus Seth kicks off the show. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen just because we've done that. And I think the next feud is going to be Drew and Roman. So Brock coming back would, I don't want to say take away from that feud, but would get in the way. It would get in the way. Brock would get in the way right now. Unless he goes up against someone different. You know, unless he comes back and goes after Gunther or something. Oh my god, that'd be so good. Right. Together. Is that a new open? That's a new open, isn't it? Normally it's the then, now, forever together. They didn't play that. We just got a new open. Guys, if you are watching, get that new open that just played, make it a clip, put it on Twitter with the message, what do you think of this new WWE intro? You'll get likes. You'll get likes and retweets and all of that. Because I haven't seen that before. Normally it's the then, now, forever together. Here we go, says Legend Killer. Seth used to kick off pay-per-views back when he was a face, says James. Do you see Brock coming back at all? Yes, but not on this show. Has Cody lost since returning? What do you think gives him his first loss? No, I don't think he has, does he? I don't think he has. Who gives him his first loss? It could be tonight. It could be tonight. I like the idea. It was mentioned earlier about, like, you know, he loses this one. It makes it 1-1, and then we have to do, like, you know, a third match. So, Gazi, who said he hopes everyone enjoys the show. I think we're watching Roman's WWE career slowly come to retirement for Hollywood after he faces The Rock next year. What else is there for Roman to do? He's beaten everyone WWE has given him. I think that he goes through doing what he's doing till April. Once we get to April, I think he will then work a more limited schedule with starting to do some Hollywood projects. I think there will always be people for him to beat. You know, there's Bron Breakker, as we said, that's coming through. Cody Rhodes has just come back. I mean, that's a match that's got to happen. So there's going to be opponents for him. We haven't had the Drew feud. We're on the verge of that. So I think he'll do a feud with Drew. I think there'll be something going on with Cody. We don't know, like, when Bron's going to come up. The Rock thing as well. We've still got to do that. So feels like there's definitely things that he needs to do before April. But yeah, you know, I mean, how long do you just keep going for and spinning your wheels? He's achieved a lot. Right, we are over at the pay-per-view show. We are in the arena, and there's a child being held in the air. Happy Mother's Day. Seth, Rollins, RK Bro, lots of excitement in the audience. Lots of smiling, excited, happy faces. It's going to be an epic night. Green shirt guy is here. Is he? I haven't seen him. Cody Rhodes, Seth, freaking Rollins. Just getting the graphic for it. Shout out, buddy, and go Bloodline, said John. What do you call a happy cowboy? A jolly rancher. AJ said, when is the draft? September is what I heard. After, it might be just before Clash at the Castle. Which could be interesting. We are just seeing the video package for Cody Rhodes against Seth Rollins. That is our first match of the evening. I must say, I do like the card being, like, quite small and manageable. I do like that. Did wonder if they were going to chuck a load of extra matches on, because normally they do. Just seeing the reaction to Cody when he returned. I personally want Volta to beat Roman for one of those titles. Definitely looks promising on the main roster. Yeah, the only problem is that he is a heel, as I said. So heel versus heel is a bit clunky. But not impossible. Video package. Has it started? It has begun, and we are just at video package right now. I read that one. Yes, I do agree. I'm a big Gunther fan. I think he's great. Would you want to see Cena or Rock come back? Rock. We've had Cena the other year, so Rock coming back and doing a program with Roman is definitely what I'd like to see. Why did the Ghost go into the bar for the booze? How long's Backlash? I honestly don't know. I know you can go onto the network and see when the next program is scheduled to start. I don't ever do that. I would imagine it'd be about 3 hours. Would be my guess. Cody versus Seth has been good, but can't lie, I'm looking forward to Cody's future storylines. Do you think Damian will show up despite the stipulation? Yes. I don't think they're going to really care about that stipulation, to be honest. I think he could come out and then Balor will come out. The question is, at that point, will Balor side with AJ, or will they have got to him, and will he then turn on AJ and align himself with Judgment Day? I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know which way it will go, to be honest. The Rock Roman will be a legendary, said Zion. Maybe Rhodes loses, but Rollins cheats. Then we go to Hell in a Cell, says Alfie. Retribution says it is 3 hours. Jilly said, I heard today that WWE is making an RPG, but before anyone gets too excited, it's going to be a mobile game. Carlo said, I feel bad for Seth. Consistent losses. What do you think? I think that he's probably in the best place he's been in a few years. I thought the Monday Night Messiah was a bit rubbish. I thought when he went to SmackDown, he was still sort of doing that, but he had to change it, and it started to become more like what he is now, which is where, you know, we're seeing these wacky attires and Seth Rollins coming out. I think, he's always there as an option, isn't he, Seth? He's always there as an option. He's come out with a big cape. Looks like he's skinned Cookie Monster and took the fur and created a big cape out of it. Crowd are singing his entrance music. That is quite the attire. That ring attire is quite striking. That would make a wonderful Mattel figure. That would be a brilliant Mattel figure if we got that. Imagine that as a Ultimate Edition. That would be great. I wonder if I can find it on Twitter to show you. For those that aren't watching, I might see if I can find. Let's go to Twitter. Burn it down. Poor Cookie Monster. Seth freaking Rollins making his way out. I don't think I was just about to say a picture hasn't gone up, but a picture has. Someone's put a tweet up, and their only message is, please change your clothes, Seth. Seth, please change your wardrobe. Right, here's Cody then. Cody. It's not the sharpest image, but you get the vibe. Right, here's Cody Rhodes. Ma. And Cody stepping out. It's the same as his WrestleMania outfit, says Jason. Seth looks like a Muppet dressed him, said John. Cody comes out like a golden rainbow. Big smile on his face. Pyro for Cody as he's making his way down to the ring. I hope Cody wins, says Billy. Macarai said, I see Bayley returning tonight, either during or after the Ronda match. Jilly said, Cody's ring gear needs the Winged Eagle title. His outfit screams Patriot. Scott says, same gear as WrestleMania for Seth. Channel Name said, we could see both Riddle and Orton turning heel and stay as a team. Macarise, I can see Bayley returning tonight. Right. The belt is handed out to the crowd. Seth in the ring. These two had a barn burner at WrestleMania. So much fun. Can they reach those heights again? Crowd still singing his entrance theme. With his big money contract, Cody couldn't even be bothered to spend on a different outfit, says Herb. Austin said, I love Seth's attire. I would definitely get it if it was a Mattel figure. Be really cool. I think it'd be really great. Cody chants from the crowd. Crowd are into this one. We're about to get underway. And there is green shirt guy. I don't think it'll be as good as the WrestleMania match, but it will be good, says Austin. Damien will come out with the lights going out. Judgment Day's new member will appear in a purple light, says Kaysen. Right, these two in the middle of the ring, locking up. Nice reversal by Cody. Seth reverses. Seth dumps Cody behind. Cody goes down and he goes for that shot. And I love how Seth catches the arm. That's nice, that is. That's nice. Cody down and he goes to do the up punch and Seth Rollins catches the hand. What I really like about that is that Seth wasn't ready for Cody at WrestleMania, but now he is. And so Cody's go-to moves, Seth should have scouted. So there is a lovely little story there already with that happening, is the fact that Seth knew that move was coming, was ready for it, because this time he was ready for Cody. Seth back in the corner and reverses. He's got Seth in the corner. Referee telling them to split apart, break apart, kick to the midsection. Cody over to the other side. Goes up. Oh, and again it's been scouted. One count by Seth. Another example of Cody Rhodes trying for the arm drag, not being able to get it, and Seth Rollins just being a step ahead this time, and he's cackling away at Cody Rhodes. Seth talking some trash to Cody. Cody applauding. Cody has won 3 times against Seth since his return. Cody winning Money in the Bank would be good. It would be a smart way of getting him into Good storylines, and also cashing in around WrestleMania. It is time to put the World Championship on him, says Adam. Austin said, I think every match except for Ronda Charlotte is unpredictable. A little part of me thinks the Bloodline could win, but I am going Drew versus RK Bro. I better know what little part it is. Seth Rollins throwing in some strikes to Cody. Rollins has all the moves figured out, says Supreme Rousey. Foot on the throat by Seth. Cody down in the corner. I really like that story, though. It's, there's little things like that that really help you get into a match. And that's a really nice way into this match. Cody struggling to stay a step ahead of Seth Rollins here. The advantage he had at WrestleMania is not an advantage he has here. They could have had Corbin versus Moss kick off the show, says M-Boy. That is true. Seth on the outside, going round, grabbing Cody. Trying to go face first into the steel steps, but it's Seth Rollins that goes face first. Seth on the outside, Cody Rhodes coming around. We're outside the ring at the moment, but it's Cody that actually gets clotheslined. Seth Rollins again just one step ahead. Cody in the ring, Seth Rollins one. Just a one count, Cody is up. So we're just seeing Cody coming around, he gets turned inside out. Just as Corey Graves says the exact same thing, inside out. He's grabbing a hold of Cody's nose. We're back in the ring. Big clubbing blows coming in by Seth Rollins. Nice right hand as Cody goes down. Cody is going to win because Seth has got a big ego. He doesn't know how to control his ego, says Branson. It's interesting. Seth could be ready for Cody, but his wife isn't ready for Asuka. Nobody's ready for Asuka. Lovely strike to the midsection. Spin around, kick to the midsection. He goes down and he gets the up punch. Now he's going for suplex. He's got Seth up. Standing delayed vertical. Oh. Face first. Off the ropes, nice, Inzaguri, springboard Inzaguri with a 1, 2, kick out by Seth. Seth kicks out of that. Cody Rhodes getting into this match. A bit of a slow start by Cody because all of his moves were being scouted and calculated, and now he's on his feet. Seth on his knees. Got his hands up telling Cody to stay back, but Cody grabs a hold of Seth. Nice strike to the head, against the ropes. Goes for a springboard, gets thrown over the top rope. Cody went to springboard and Seth just pushed him. And he goes crashing to the outside. Look at that, just gets dumped outside the ring, Cody Rhodes. Cody on his knees, Seth to the outside. Seth comes round, grabs Cody and hurls him into the barricades. Cody goes hard into that barricade, upside down, over by the announce table, face first into the announce table, back into the ring we go. Cody down in the ring with Seth throwing in some big strikes. Seth taking a moment to look out to the crowd as they just show a replay of Cody getting thrown upside down into that barricade. It's been good so far. It's been good. Cody could lose here. It won't hurt him. I think Seth needs the win to save face, says Jilly. Seth's got that same thing on from last time, says Caden. Almighty Nick says, OMG, this is a 5-star match. Zoom Station said Seth is giving him the WWE special. There is visible telegraphing of moves. It looks like they're not quite in sync, says Jeremy. Nice forearms coming in by Cody. Cody goes chest first into the corner. And he's getting choked out here by Seth. Kick coming into the side. Seth down in the corner. Cody goes down. Kick to the back by Seth Rollins. Nice. Axe handle into a headlock by Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins in control in this match. Cody Rhodes has definitely had moments, but Seth Rollins doing really well. Definitely dictating the pace. Cody needs to win after a long and arduous adventure to be champion. Can't shortcut his way to the top. It needs nuance and deep meaning and an epic feel. The match will show us moves we've never seen before, says Kaysen. Who do you think's going to win out of Charlotte? Ronda? For me, personally, I am leaning towards Ronda. But that's just me, personally. Nice strike to the back of the head by Seth Rollins. I think this is different from WrestleMania. It's got a good story, says Dragon Den. Nice strikes across the back. Right hand, and Cody comes back with a strike of his own. Seth back in the corner. Reverse. Cody goes over. Up over the top. Flips over. Tries to flip Seth over, but couldn't get it. Finally does. 2 count for Seth Rollins. Cody gets out. Seth goes outside the ring. Forearm strike by Seth Rollins. Rollins going up top. Cody with a big right hand. Seth up top as Cody comes up looking for a superplex. Strikes across the back here by Cody. Cody going for that superplex. He's got him in position. He's got Seth up. Seth's up in the air. Cody goes back. Oh, it's big. He dropped him on his side. The way that he had him up then. He held him up there. And as he goes back, like, Seth really kind of comes down on his side. Look at that. Look at that. God, normally you would take that on your back. God. Oh. I don't know that that's a botch. It's just not the normal way that you would see a superplex. Yeah, man, he's definitely going to be feeling it. Both guys back up on their feet, but big spot there. That's lovely. Seth landed on his hip, says 1987. Big fan. Nice strike. Stupendous, says Delwyn. That was stupendous. Nice. Big shots coming in by both of these guys. Look at them wailing away in the middle of the ring. Kick to the midsection by Seth. Charges into Seth. Cody in control. Lovely little power slam. Slom. I was going to say snap power slam. And it came out power slam. Seth on the outside. We've got Cody. Who's, what's he going for? Running in the corner. Up in the air. Tries to come crashing down onto Seth. But Seth gets back into the ring. Seth going against the ropes, looking for a suicide dive, but Cody scouts it. Strikes Seth. Nice little duck underneath. It's really good pace. Oh, lovely! Springboard stunner. Ah! 2 count. The pace of this is really nice. These two, just work so well together. A Cody cutter. Rose, are you okay with last night? Yeah. I mean, she had a game plan. She didn't really get beaten. She lost the title, but, it's her game plan. She was way too reserved. So, disappointing that, that's the way that it went. Not just the result, but the fight as well. I mean, whole thing was disappointing. But I do like Carla Esparza, so... Nice kick there by Seth to shoulder up by Cody. I can't see Cody staying face throughout the rest of his run. He's never really been a face character, says Adam. Hello, Days. Cynthia, hello, hope you are well. How are you? How I've missed this a lot. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friend. Joining us for a really great match. This is like one of the best WWE matches I've seen this year. I don't think it beats the first. I think the first had the added benefit of the moment of Cody's return. God, this is good though. Seth back in the corner. Both guys were down looking for a curb. Doesn't get it. Cody going for the crossroads. Couldn't get it. Lovely counter. Cody goes over in the corner on the outside. Forearm strike by Cody. Cody going up top. Comes crashing down. Kick to the midsection. Seth Rollins. Double underhooks. No joy. Kick to the midsection. Double underhooks by Cody. But Cody can't get it. Forearm strike by Cody. Seth was looking for a net breaker. Didn't go for it. Instead, he strikes Cody in the back of the head into a Falcon Arrow. 2. Oh, kick out by Cody. Kick out by Cody. It's got to be a "This is awesome" chant. I think the crowd are forgetting to chant "This is awesome." Normally the crowd chant "This is awesome" just, when the superstars walk out. There it is! This is awesome. I was like, man, it's right there for you, crowd. It's right there for you. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that chant. Comes to something when you've watched that much wrestling, you can predict when the "This is awesome" chants are going to kick in. I don't even know if that's healthy. Cody up into the corner. Lovely buckle bomb. Seth Rollins going up top. Frog splash! Huge! Huge! 1, 2. Oh! It's a monstrous frog splash. It was huge. I think he just got air miles for that one. Backstage, Montez Ford is like, wow. That was big. Kick out. Kick out. Io Shirai to the main roster is the only one from the black and gold that's left. I'd like her to come up. She'd be good. Cody tries to get up but slumps back down. Seth Rollins taking a deep breath. He's going up top. He's climbing up. Climbing up again. We've got Cody down in the middle of the ring. He's going for something big. He's going for something big. Finishing move. Didn't land it. Super kick there by Cody. Seth Rollins had tried so much stuff. He went for something big there to finish this match off, but he didn't land it. He rolled through, ended up getting super kicked. Oh, and now Cody's been caught. Cody's been caught in the corner. Seth looking for a big superplex. Rolls through. Another one, but Cody into the crossroads. Ah! Connects. 1, 2. Foot's on the rope. Oh, my God. This match is so good. It's too good. It's too good. This match is too good. God damn it! Look at that massive superplex. Couldn't get the follow-up. Cody hits the crossroads. Seth is over by the ropes. Gets his foot on the rope, and the ref saw it. Damn! Damn! This is awesome! This is awesome! This is awesome! Their first match is my match of the year. This one is right. This might be my second favorite match of the year. This is so good. Face first, Seth goes into the commentary table. Cody looks out at the crowd. He's pumped up. They've got the crowd right there. Right there. Seth Rollins getting thrown back into the ring. Cody climbing up. Cody Rhodes in position. Big. Oh, went for a moonsault. Tried to finish it off. Gets caught with a pedigree. 1, 2. Oh, my God. The pedigree didn't do it. The pedigree didn't do it. Big moonsault by Cody. He tried to land on Seth and get this match finished. Bang. Cynthia said, happy Mother's Day to Mama Days. Hope she had a blessed day and every day. Cynthia, shout out to you. I hope Mama Cynthia Santiago had a great day as well. Oh, it's going to be a hard match to beat, says Mark. Can we get a shout out to all the moms on Mother's Day in the US? Absolutely. Shout out to all the moms. I hope they had great Mother's Days. Quick kicks here by Seth. Which way is this match going to go? Boozed by the crowd as Cody's trying to get up to his feet. So good. Cody is invincible. Nice left hand by Seth Rollins. Both guys, again, lovely strike. Seems to be right on the chin, and Cody's trying to fight back, but... Oh, he's going to go for the bionic elbow! He rolled it up. Crossroads by Cody. Kick by Seth. God damn, which way is this going? They've got the crowd right there. He's going for the crossroads. He still can't get it. These two... No, he won't do a vertebreaker. They're banned in WWE. He had him in the position for the vertebreaker. Roll up by Seth. Reversed by Cody. 2. Cody with some trunks. Cody wins. Cody wins by grabbing a handful of tights. Seth tried to cheat Cody. Cody won by cheating Seth. That's interesting. That's interesting. Seth tried to cheat Cody. Cody reversed it and cheated Seth. Really great match. Really great match. Out of 5, what do you think? Cody wins? Cody wins, but Seth's not going to be happy with it. What do you give it out of 5? What do you give it out of 5? Jake gives it 5. Seth Rollins is upset. Darcy said it's really good storytelling. Yeah, look. Yeah, Seth tried to cheat Cody. Cody cheated Seth. No one cares. Seth cares, by the way. Seth cares. 5 out of 5. Austin said 425. Kason said 10 out of 5. Alex said 475. Harley said 425. Smurfy Toon says 5 out of 5. Paul Greenwood says 5. DB Mikey says 3.5. We got 5, 4.5, 5, 5, 5, 3.75, 4.5, 5, 4.5. C said it's overrated. 4.5, 4, 5, 5, 4.75. 4.25. Pedigree after all of that should have been the end. I do agree, actually. I wouldn't give it a 5 for me personally, because I think there was just a couple of moments, like Cody was getting punched in the face, and he's like out on his feet, and then all of a sudden he just grabs him and does like crossroads. I kind of feel like there was a little bit of a lack of selling in there. You know, there was some big things that happened, and that bit in particular, I looked at, I was like, oh, not sure about that. There's just a couple of moments, there was just a couple of things that I was like, oh. But we're in the 4s. I can't quite decide if it's like 4.25, 4.5. I'm probably around that ballpark personally. But, damn, man. It didn't disappoint. It didn't disappoint. It's so, so good. That match might have been as good as the match they have at WrestleMania. As I said, though, the WrestleMania one for me was 5 stars because if you include the moment of Cody coming back, and have it as the package at WrestleMania, that takes it to 5 stars for me. This one doesn't have the moment, but the match I think is just as good. Apart from those little things in there. Yeah. It has not disappointed me at all. I thought it was brilliant. So enjoyable. What a great start to the pay-per-view. And damn did they give it time. We're 37 minutes into the show. 37 minutes in, they have absolutely given that match everything it needed. So, yeah, really good. Really, really good. If every other match can be as good as that, we might have the greatest WWE pay-per-view on our hands ever. I'm just saying, that is how good this show has started. If every match is going to be as good as that, this would be the greatest WWE pay-per-view ever. So there's no pressure on Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss or Omos and Bobby Lashley, but they just need to be as great as what we've just seen. Anything less will be a big disappointment. Brock is on the billboards. Brock's on the poster, yeah, but the posters don't really have a great deal to do with the shows. I don't think the marketing department know what is actually going to be on the shows when they make the posters. So they just put a little collection of superstars. 4.5. I wish it had gone a bit longer, says Mark. The match has got replay value. I love Seth's Jake the Snake style punches, says Dort Knight. Abdel Hamid said, I thought Brock would show to have a feud with Seth. Billy says, who is an Omos fan? To be fair, there's 5 matches. They could have given it longer. Cody 1 was their kickoff show. I see why they went first. It's all downhill from here, says Chance 4. Sheamus on the show. I don't think Sheamus is, to be honest. Right, we're building to Bobby and Omos. I think that's our next match. Great. That last match was so good. Good to see so many people enjoying it. Omos versus Bibby. Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Bam 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 ba ba dum. This is where Omos now blows our mind. Omos comes out and he's about to deliver a 5-star classic. Shame on you if you doubt him. Cody is the GOAT, says to Boy. AEW are getting a lot of big men as of late, says Hustle for Love. Cody heel turn might be coming. Sil said the match is overrated. Goatee wins is amazing. No women wrestling today. Yeah, we got Ronda Charlotte. I've got Bobby. Yeah, who do you think wins this one? Are they going to be back in Omos? Are they going to be back in Bibby? Here is Omos. Camera down on the floor, looking up at the big man as he makes his way into the ring. Are y'all ready for a one-star classic? Yeah, man, it's crawling it. It's cruel to put this match on straight after that one. They're doing a Moss dirt here. How the hell is he meant to follow what we just saw? Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Bum 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 ba ba dum. Okay, so Omos is in the ring, waiting for Bibby. I saw people give the first match 5 stars. It lacks story, so Cody-Seth match is easily 5. Yeah, I think the first match is 5. I think this one is... I think this match was just as good, but... I don't know that it gets, as I said before, I think for me, I don't know that this one... It didn't have the moment of Cody's return as well as the match. I mean, that was the story. The story was there in the first. The story was Cody coming back to WWE and taking on Seth Rollins. Seth being, not being aware who he was going to face. And then having to try and, take on Cody. And this one, that's how this one is a nice build upon that, with Seth in the early stages of this one knowing that it's Cody and knowing his moves and being better prepared. The loss by cheating is very interesting in this one. I'm still a bit torn as to how I feel about it. It's very interesting. I don't know if it's the right thing, but it's very interesting. I think I would rather Seth had won clean, to be honest, rather than he lose by being protected. It feels like they want to protect Seth, so they had Cody win, but they had him win by cheating. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's one that you can throw around and debate and talk about for a long time. It doesn't change my enjoyment of this match. But I think I'm still settled on 6.25, 6.5, around that ballpark. But it was very good. It was very, very good. And if you think it's 5, I don't have any issue with that, of course. If you think it's lower than that, I don't have any issue with it. Obviously, everyone scores, wrestling differently compared to how they enjoy wrestling and what they look for. Kick to the midsection by Bobby. Hustle for Love says, Bobby versus Moss is like watching Wardlow and Big Cass. Dragon Den said, it says that Cody isn't just a pure babyface. Well, do you know what I do like about it is that he will do anything to get the win. And he's not here to just make up numbers. And if the rules have to be bent, if the other person's bending them, he'll bend them as well. I don't know that he wasn't the first to do it. It was Seth that was doing it to him. So because Seth was doing it to him first, it's kind of like, well, gloves are off then, aren't they? If you're in a fight with someone and you've both got boxing gloves on and the other person takes the boxing gloves off, you'd probably be more inclined to take your boxing gloves off as well and just go full on bare knuckle. I kind of feel like they were in a fight. Seth cheated. He didn't win with it, but it sort of then made Cody think, well, if you're going to do it to me, I'm going to do it to you. I don't read it that he's turning heel. I read it more that way. Because I think it's very interesting that Seth cheated first. Just before. They sort of made there was a reason that Seth tried to cheat. I think that plays into it. Right, let's focus on this because, honestly, we could sit and talk about what we've just seen for a while because it was a wonderful match. We've got Omos driving Bibby out the ring. Harley said the cheating helps by not having Cody lose too early. Seth doesn't look weak, and it's a good reason for a Hell in a Cell finale. I've said before that I don't mind Cody losing. I think if Cody is losing to someone like Seth, there's no shame in that. Cody doesn't have to come in and just destroy everyone. Like, you don't always need to tell that story. So if he'd have lost to Seth, I wouldn't have minded. Because then, all of a sudden there's a bit of doubt of, can he even beat Seth? All of a sudden, that win at WrestleMania, you start going, did he only beat him because of the surprise element? And that's exactly what Seth could have been saying. You can't beat me. You beat me at WrestleMania, but I didn't even know you as my opponent. And then at Backlash, when I did know you as my opponent, I beat you. You don't belong here. You're not good enough for the WWE. And then Cody can say, give me one more match. Technically, it's 1-1. Give me one more match. Let me prove to you and to myself that I can beat you. And then you do Hell in a Cell or you do whatever it might be. But that would set up a beautiful third match. I don't think the loss hurts Cody. And I wouldn't have minded going that way. So it just makes me think like, well, it's just the story, innit? I don't know what story they're telling. It's going to be, again, tomorrow's Raw is going to be really interesting. I'm going to be really interested to hear what Seth's got to say. It's going to be really interesting to see what Cody's got to say as well. And see what the story is they're telling. Bobby jumping onto the back of Omos. My list of people that deserve a push: Bobby Lashley, Finn Balor, Cody Rhodes, Styles, Drew McIntyre. I think MVP is going to be dejected from ringside. Dejected. Nice shoulder charges by Bobby, and he drives another one into Omos, who's in the corner. Big shots, big right hands coming in by Bobby. Clothesline. Cody is bulletproof right now. We all know the destination is a title shot with Roman. Kaysen said, this match is going to be so good, it'll be the greatest ever 0.75 star match. Omos is tied up in the ropes. Bobby coming over and big right hands on Omos. Omos doing the old Andre the Giant spot. It always makes me think of Andre when you see this. We haven't seen someone tied in the ropes like this for a long, long time. But Bobby trying to go after MVP. Omos has now been freed up. He's trying to get the hurt lock on MVP, but Omos grabs Bobby. So Bobby was trying to get the hurt lock on MVP. Omos in the middle. Takes out the legs. He's got Omos. Oh. Flatliner by Bobby. Bobby looking for the hurt lock. Can he get it on the big man? I don't even know if he can get his arms around. He's modified it. He's modified it. It's a half. He put a half Nelson on. Has he actually linked the arms? He does sort of have it, but it's not quite on. It's like fingertips on. Look, Omos is like... No, he's going down here. The hurt lock is on. Look, it's absolute fingertips. It's like this. Omos drives Bobby back into the corner. He can't. He's breaking the hurt lock here. Bobby chants. People are into this. The storytelling's not too bad here with Omos getting tied up in the ropes and Bobby trying to get an MVP. Big elbows raining down by Omos. Big chop coming. This might be the best I've ever seen Omos, actually. Throwing in some big chops. Another one as well. And a big scream by Omos, which was good. That was nice as he threw in that big... right across the chest, a big chop. Bobby goes down. Oh my God, whisper it, but this is all right. Omos charging over, kick coming in by Bibby. Nice strikes. 5 out of 5, says WWE Days. I thought it was over right there, says Austin. Steven says, Seth cheats in every match he's been in. Nice shoulder tackle there by Bobby. He's got Omos in the middle of the ring. He's going to go for a big superplex. He's got the big man, but he can't do it. Omos goes against the ropes. Oh, it didn't look great. He tried to pick him up and drop him down, but it didn't look great. Bobby back in the corner. Running, knee strike by Omos. Omos hurls Bobby into the ring post. No moan meter. No, it was not. I don't think there's a reason, like, loads to moan about. But as we said, this is a bit like a freebie tonight, isn't it? It's a bit like 1, 2, 3, Omos wins. It's a bit like Sunday Night Raw. Although we do plenty of moaning about Raw. Omos beats Bobby. Bobby cannot beat Omos. Fact. That's a fact, guys. Don't you bother trying to argue that. Let's get some winners. Cody and Omos. Don't like this colour. This colour's not working for me. Bum ba ba dum. Bum ba ba dum. Bum 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 ba ba dum. Right. Let's be honest, it's a lot better than we thought it would be. Yeah? Oh my God, what's happening here? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? How have I even got it doing that? I don't know. Oh, well, that's staying. That's staying. I don't even know how I've got it doing that, but... I mean, legit, we have never had it do this before. I'm sort of mesmerized by it. I'm sort of like, how's it doing that? It's goddamn magic. Get in your thoughts as to what you think of that last match. Austin says 225. It's a big 225 match. Erasure Mind says 2.8. 3, 9, 2 says Trey. Hayden with the 225 as well. How did you do that? I don't know. I don't know what I pressed. I pressed buttons, didn't I? Spinning always makes things better. It does. 100 times better than the first match. Imagine this inside hell in a cell. Wes said that's awesome. I don't even know if I like it, if I'm being honest, but it's happening. What I can tell you, I don't know if I like it, but I can tell you that it is happening. That's as much as I know. Dragon Den said it was better than I thought it would be. Chris said, what's the Cardiff pay-per-view called? It's called, Sheep Slam. Sheep Slam, because there's loads of sheep in Wales. And they always just chuck slam on the end of things. You know, like SummerSlam and WrestleMania Slam. Survivor Series Slam. Backlash Slam. Back Slam. WrestleMania Backslam. No, silly. It's called Clash at the Castle. Right, I don't know what match is coming up next, but we are seeing the Paul Heyman interview. I don't think that means it's the six-man. I'm guessing they just wanted to show this interview that was on the kickoff show. The Bloodline. AJ Edge could be next. I would say 3 out of 5, but Omos won. I give it a -1. What if the Usos turn on Roman so that Jay goes for the Universal, Jimmy goes for the WWE, and then we get Rock Roman with no titles? Do you know, I've decided I'm not crazy about it. Right, the six-man is just being shown on screen. Should be going to our next match real soon. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, then why? Why are you being so moody on this Sunday night? On the day that Jesus came back to life. We're at 909. You should be ashamed. Ashamed. We are so close to 1,000. You should be ashamed. Also, don't be ashamed. Really appreciate the support. Thank you. Right. Damian Priest is barred from ringside. Why are your closed captions on? I have no idea what that means. AJ versus Edge. Isn't that... I don't control that. You've ruined it, says Rick. I hate you. Bring the spinny thing back. Listen, if you want to enjoy the spinny thing, you add about 2 minutes to 5 minutes of it, so just keep rewatching that part of it, yeah? I was starting to feel like I was at sea, so I had to change it. Virtual Fat Ass says, Brood entrance, please. Usos won't turn on Roman because the Bloodline merchandise is doing very well. Lance said, do you think WWE is still a quality product? I think it's a product. And I think there's some quality elements. But I think overall it has been stronger. I think we can say that it's been stronger. But we can also say it's been weaker. So that's another way to look at it. We're just seeing the video package for the build towards Judgment Day. What's your favourite wrestling game? I would love to see gaming content, says Owen. Well, I don't really do a lot of gaming, to be honest, so I can't necessarily answer that. But I would say my favourite game is... Man, it might... Do you know, I do have a soft spot for things like Here Comes the Pain and all those classics, but... If I'm being honest, the game that I probably enjoyed playing the most might have been SmackDown vs. Raw 2008. There's not really anything that special about it. It was just that year I really put a lot of time into it. That kind of summer of 2008, I bought the game. I bought the game guides. I really, when it came out, learnt the moves, learnt, all the different buttons. They had a mode whereby you could create... your own roster. They had the GM aspect of it as well. I just really enjoyed it. 2008 was it was a really fun. It was SmackDown versus Raw versus ECW. So you had like pretty big rosters. There was loads of great names in it. But as I said, I don't think it's anything that special. I don't really know how that game compares to 07 to 06 to 05. It just so happened that year I just put some time into it. So there could be better than that, but that's the one I probably played the most. You played Royal Rumble from like 93 or 94 loads as well, but that is very dated. And even at the time, it kind of felt like it was limited. Even at the time, the graphics looked really nice. But not by today's standards. But like the roster, even then, was a bit small. You wanted more wrestlers than what you had to choose from. But it was still pretty fun. Right, here is Edge. I like that, Days. I didn't care for the match there, trying to show Omos as unbeatable, says David. Lots of time on the video clips tonight, says Dave. Is it me, or did Cody versus Seth, like, for an Intercontinental, totally make the title? Yeah, that would be, like, a really good... that would be, like, the modern day, like, Brett Mr. Perfect, wouldn't it? Here comes Edge. I do love these wings on this screen. I think that looks really good. With the way he walks and the wings in the background, it looks really, really good. Edge looks rougher than a 3D game. I didn't see what he said. Edge looks rougher than a 3D game, genie game or something. That dude's always there, isn't he? Holding up, like, random signs. Edge making his way into the ring. I mean, to be honest, this could be a hell of a match as well. We've had Seth against Cody. Then they gave us Bobby Omos. But now they're giving us another potential barn burner. I would imagine the next one will be Happy Corbin against Madcap Moss. And then it'll be maybe the title match. Trying to think what other matches we've got, but it's a tight little show, this. Get meals, groceries, and convenience items delivered with DoorDash. In kayfabe, that's what the Revival are doing now. That's Dash's new business. Edge was always born evil, says Christian Power. Omos is a jolly green jobber. How old was you when you started YouTube? I was 21. Here is the phenomenal AJ Styles. Fate Ross Fate said, House of Edge wears Julia. Well, WWE has got its own moody child, hasn't it? So maybe Dominic would be a good person to bring into Judgment Day. Maybe Dominic could wear an eye patch. His dad did. I wonder if WWE's version of Julia is Rey Mysterio. One is a 19-year-old girl, and the other is Julia. Priest banned from ringside. This is where another member of the stable, it's not stale yet, stable will show up. Have you ever ordered anything from DoorDash? No. Any returns so far? No. Are we really going to compare Usos with Orton and McIntyre? Yes, we are. That's exactly what we're doing. Shara Assam. Hello, my friend. Shout out to you. Charles said, need a good surprise in this match. You've got a shoe store named after you called Forever 21. I actually started that company, so... they are the same size. They are Ray and Julia, yes. Never seen them in the room at the same time. That's all I'm saying. You take that mask off Rey Mysterio. That's how he's able to work both companies. Think about it. They just pretend that he's a guy so that you don't work it out. AJ Styles jumps out the ring and hurls Edge into the commentary table. We have already had an hour, just over an hour of action. We need RK Bro and Drew to defeat the Bloodline, and the Bloodline should be no more, says PN Alamo. Edge going out the other side of the ring. King Shadrach. King Shadrach. Shout out to you. Shout out to your kingdom. AJ in control here, doing really, really well. Lovely drop kick through the ropes. I'm glad that wasn't a suicide dive. It's nice to see something different. Going for a springboard moonsault. Comes down on Edge. Springboard moonsault as Edge was getting back up to his feet. I forgot to mention the women's tag team titles in between women's title and main event. Kick coming in by Edge. AJ down in the corner. Jessica Carr is the referee for this one. Here's AJ. He gets thrown into the corner, slides into the ring post. His shoulder is already taped. Edge grabbing the arm of AJ. And Edge trying to use that turnbuckle to wrap AJ's arm around. He's gone over. He's actually exposing a turnbuckle as well. He's undone it. He hasn't taken it off. He's just loosened it. AJ on the outside. Edge comes over. The right by green shirt guy. Oh, I hope he takes his hat. Take his hat. Take his hat. Take his hat. Take his hat. I want him to take green shirt guy's hat. Take his shirt. Take his shirt. Take his shirt. I want green shirt guy to be there, like having to cover up his nipples. As Edge puts on the green smiley face shirt. That would make him the biggest face. I bet that little goatee thing that he's got is fake as well. Should take his beard. It does look like green shirt guy. You could just rip that little bit of hair there, take that off as well. Basically, you could have his hat, you could have his shirt, and he could have his little beard. And he can be in the middle of the ring like this. That'd be amazing. That'd be one of the greatest pay-per-view moments of all time. AJ goes down. My WWE network's not working, says Grinnick. It's 5 minutes trying to open the damn event. How do you know when a ghost is sad? He starts boo-hooing. Edward, hello, welcome. Dave Prescott said Charlotte versus Ronda hasn't happened yet. No. Got a lovely armbar here by Edge. Very nice. Down in the middle of the ring. Knee in the side of the head by Edge. Again, working on the arm. AJ getting back up to his feet. Nice strike coming in, and Edge getting driven back against the ropes. Against the ropes, trying to get the arm down he goes. Bit of a flatliner there by Edge. 1, 2. And he gets the 2 count, and he's still working on that arm. Yeah, it's a lovely shoulder lock. It's very nice. Good work here by Edge and AJ. These two capable of a really, really great match here. Crowd into it, clapping along. Both wrestlers getting back up to their feet. Back to the corner goes Edge. Mean count, AJ backing away. Edge grabs AJ, hurls him onto that top rope as AJ goes down. Ronda is the ref by the looks of it. This isn't a match. This isn't a match. The man is hurt. Nice kicks coming in by Edge. Austin said the winners list is below days for anyone that's asking who has won so far. That is true. I could probably change the colour. Maybe people can't quite see it. I don't know. You know me, guys. I love helping people as much as I can. Let me change the colours around. I mean, look at that. I feel like that's even more... That's more in line with the Backlash theme now, so... It's right there. I cannot do any more than I'm doing. I'm doing everything I can. Both guys are down in the ring. Lovely Pele kick by AJ. He's so good at those. He really is. Lovely Pele. They both crossbody into each other. Both guys go down again. Pele kick, says Harley. We want Butch, says Chris. Crowds applauding. Seem to be enjoying what they're seeing so far. Sliding through. Clothesline by AJ. Have you seen the Ali news, says Dragon Den. Upon the shoulders. It's funny. I saw the video that he put out. It was very good, yes. Face first. Oh my God, that's lovely. By AJ. Edge goes face first into the ring. That was nice. That was really nice. Yeah, man, he's really going for it. Face first, he slams Edge into the ring. He's got Edge over in the corner. Reese Wrestling said, we want Eva Marie's opinion. Nice double axe handle. Strike coming in by AJ. Channel name said Finn, Ciampa, and Rhea should join Edge. Why does it say winners? Has Cody and Omos matches happened? Yes. 1, 2, kick out, shoulder up by Edge. It's just hard, isn't it? I mean, I know there's been that Omos Bobby break, but it's just hard when you've already seen like a barn burner like Seth and Cody. Crowd are still with this, though. It's not a bad match at all. I don't quite think we've reached the levels of the first match, though. Up on the shoulders. Oh, lovely net breaker. Great net breaker by AJ. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Edge. Lovely net breaker, though. Chris said if AJ wins, I think he'll fight Priest tomorrow on Raw. Chris said this match is boring. Who is top mid-carders right now? Well, you'd probably have to say Theory and Ricochet, as they have both got the mid-card belts. Intercontinental and... Really, a mid-carder is someone that is not at the top of the card, that's not in the main event scene. So, I mean, right now you could say Seth, Cody, AJ, Edge. You could go with all of those. I mean, they are literally in the mid-card. The main event, top end of the card, is the likes of Roman and what he's doing. But equally, the mid-card belts are being held by Ricochet and Theory. So AJ is looking for a calf crusher. Got it. Got it. Edge in a lot of pain here. Edge in a lot of pain. Screaming. Trying to get over to the ropes. Edge. Trying to reach over to the ropes. Struggling a little bit. Gets AJ's head and slams it into the mat. AJ pops back up and goes right back to that calf crusher. Pulling back on that calf. He's getting over to the ropes though, and he gets there. He gets there. Enough of the hate towards Dominic or else. We've got Edge going over to the corner. I'm not the only one that thinks Butch looks like Pete Dunne, says Yannick Yanez. No, you are. You are literally the only one. I don't know why WWE don't have a betting app. I think their demo is a bit young for betting. Listen, if they could make money from it, then I suppose you're right. I suppose I should be surprised. But I think they tend to aim more at, like, family. That exposed turnbuckle. Edge goes into it. AJ rolls him up. Edge kicks out. That turnbuckle pad was ripped out of the corner. Edge going into it. Edge and Chris Jericho were always apart from everyone, says Hustle for Love. Probably we'll get a 24/7 segment to fill sometime, says Metal. Both are down. Both are down. Edward said, can I demand the chat acknowledge Ronda as your new women's champion and acknowledge the tribal chief? We the ones. Well, you can. I can't guarantee they're going to do that for you, but you can. Where are we with the... We're at 971. If you are just joining us, drop a like. It's really, really appreciated. We're at match number 3 here on the card, as there's a big knee strike by AJ Styles. Edge goes down. We are sneaking our way to 1,000. We're about 30 odd away as Edge is hung out on that top rope. He's going to be in position for the Styles Clash. He's in position for the Styles Clash. Boom, he gets it. AJ Styles hits the Styles Clash. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Edge. Edge kicks out of the Styles Clash. Bang, bang, bang. Edge survives the Styles Clash. Roman versus Rock at WrestleMania 39. Kick out, says Harley. AJ on the outside is looking to go to the corner. He's climbing up. Someone's coming down. Someone's coming down. Damian Priest. Damian Priest is saying, look, I'm not at ringside. There's the line. And Finn Balor is here. Finn Balor attacking Damian Priest. Balor takes down Damian Priest. Look at Jessica Carr. Jessica Carr's like, no, no, you're ruining it, no. AJ up top, it's Carnage. Mystery person attacks. It looks like Rhea Ripley. It looks like Rhea Ripley. We've got a mystery person. A mystery person has attacked Edge. Edge is in the ring. A mystery person has attacked AJ. It looks like it's Rhea. It looks like it's Rhea. Edge has managed to grab a hold of AJ. It's happening! It's happening, guys! It's happening! Oh my god, it's happening! Someone on the outside! Rhea Ripley! It's Rhea! AJ is out. It's Rhea. It's Rhea. Oh my God, it's going to be Rhea. Oh, it's happening, guys. It's happening. Call up your neighbors. Call up your friends. A mystery person just attacked AJ Styles. Could be Tommaso. Could be Ciampa. Rhea is attacking men. My first thought, my gut feeling is Rhea Ripley. But we still don't know. We still don't know. Oh, we're going to find out. It looks Rhea. It looks Rhea-esque. It looks like Rhea-esque. Edge staring out at this mystery Rhea Ripley-shaped person. This Rhea Ripley-shaped person goes down on one knee. Edge tells this Rhea Ripley-shaped person to stand up as the Rhea Ripley-shaped person takes off and reveals that it is Rhea Ripley with black hair. Black hair. She's got dyed black hair. Judgment Day has got boobs. Rhea Ripley has dyed her hair. She's part of Judgment Day. People wanted it. People wanted it. People have got it. Judgment Day. What does that mean? Who is going to take on? Who is going to take on this faction? Who's going to, if anyone's going to take them on now, it's going to have to be a woman involved. Rhea Ripley has been revealed as the mystery person. Absolute scenes. Absolute scenes. That's exactly what this match needed. Exactly what this match needed. So, AJ Styles is up top, and a mystery person attacked. You know me. You know me. I need to get a little video out. I need to get my images lined up. You've joined us many times before. You know what we do. Let's get some images lined up. Look, there is the mystery person. And I saw that image and I was like, that's Rhea Ripley. Straight away. Just like all of you. I'm not gifted, guys. I'm not gifted. A lot of you are saying the same. And then there she is in the ring with what I like to call Edge. And then after that, look, she was revealed. And there's the black hair, guys. There it is. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I actually, once that was revealed, I started to cry. So, massive news coming out of WrestleMania Backlash. A mystery person getting involved in the match between AJ Styles and Edge. This mystery person seemingly coming from underneath the ring and attacking AJ Styles. He was on the verge of winning the match. Finn Balor and Damian Priest were brawling, and so we knew it wasn't them. This mystery person, as we said, attacking AJ. Edge winning the match as a result. After the match, the mystery person would get into the ring. That mystery person would then show that they are submitting themselves to Edge. Went down onto one knee. When they rose back up, they revealed themselves to be Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley is now part of Judgment Day. And not only that, she's dyed her hair black. And she looks badass. She looks great. Standing next to Edge. Standing next to Damian Priest. This is very much a direction that people were hoping that this faction was going to go in. There's a lot of excitement around this. And understandably so. Because how is anyone going to take this faction down now? because not only are you going to have to worry about the two guys, you're going to have to worry about Rhea Ripley. So it's going to be really interesting to know what faction is going to come together to take on Judgment Day. It could be AJ and Finn Balor, but they're going to need to get a woman now to deal with Rhea Ripley. It's very, very exciting as to where we're going with this storyline. But the big news out of WrestleMania Backlash, Rhea Ripley has joined Judgment Day. Let's get rid of these graphics. Bang, bang, bang. The ending ruined it. Do you really think so? I really like it. I genuinely think it's a nice step forward. It's interesting to see a faction that's got a mixture of men and women. So used to just seeing it being just a guy faction. Hit Row was a faction that had men and women in, but I found them to be a little bit cringe. But a lot of people were into it. Right, we are moving on to our next match. Right, this is going to be a SmackDown match, so I don't know if this is going to be the title match or not. But, oh, it could be Madcap, couldn't it? Madcap and Happy Corbin, I'm guessing. No, they're showing the graphic. It's going to be the I Quit match. We could have... It's going to be the I Quit match. We could have a new champion. Okay. Let's try and change this over. How do you feel about Roman leaving? Oh, we've spoke about that quite a few times. I don't think he is going anytime soon. Charlotte versus Ronda coming up next. Charlotte versus Ronda. The Queen. Bloodline versus Judgment Day. That would be good if you added Naomi. If you managed to get Naomi into that, that would be great. But as I just said then, like, you're going to need a woman in that group to take them on. So I think that's really interesting as to who's going to do that. Basically, what group is going to have a woman join them so that they can take on this faction. But that's it. I like that idea of Bloodline and Naomi joining up. My first thought is, if you have AJ and Balor, they are going to need to get a woman. What woman do you go and get that can take on Rhea Ripley and take on this faction? They are going to need to go and get a girl. I'll tell you who would be great. Asuka. Asuka would be a lot of fun if Asuka joined up with... Because... there is that kind of Japanese vibe to the AJ Finn Balor union because of Bullet Club, which is when they were in Japan. So Asuka being a part of that, and what with her being from Japan and Japanese, kind of does fit in with that vibe. So I think that would be a nice way forwards. A mystery person attacking AJ Styles. It's what we thought could happen. So Rhea Ripley joins Edge and Damian Priest. Right, we have got the video package for the women's title match that's coming up. That match coming up in a second. Right, boom. I think you could have achieved the same ending without the Finn Damian nonsense. Technically, Damian Priest came to ringside, so that should be a DQ. It's a good point. It's a good point. I think, though, that happened really close to the end of the match. So it was kind of like they were brawling, then, oh my god, who's this? So, yeah, you could make an argument that it could be a DQ. I suppose the only thing is, though, neither person interfered with the actual participants. So it was just basically two people fighting that interrupted the match. So if you rang the bell, you could maybe make an argument for having a no contest. But I don't know that anyone would have won or lost by DQ. I mean, Damian Priest technically was banned from ringside, but he can always make the argument that it was Balor that pushed him into ringside. I don't know. Whilst that carnage was happening, we had the Rhea Ripley arrival, and I'm not down on it, to be honest. I love Rhea Ripley being in that team. Here is Rowdy Ronda Rousey. Can I just say, outside of what was maybe a little bit of a flat match between Bobby and Omos, outside of that, this has been a really solid show. Like, that last match was all right. It had some moments. Don't think it was as good as the first, but the Rhea Ripley thing, I think, really, really helps. Really helps. That is great. Ronda has made her way down to the ring, and the last time these two faced each other, things got tasty. We saw a lot of kendo stick strikes, and Dave's What Superstar today that has been in WWE for a long time, Sheamus, Kofi, Ziggler, would leave WWE for a different company. I don't know. I mean, it depends if they got fired. I think a lot of those are quite happy just picking up, like, really nice checks. If their contract runs down or if they get let go, you know, there's a lot of people that wouldn't choose to leave, but just deemed excess to requirement. So, you know, if you let Dolph Ziggler go, he might go into comedy, but I could see him, like, helping his brother over in AEW. But I don't think he would actively want to leave and go and do that. But I could see him doing that if he was let go. Charlotte's going to say, I quit, and it's going to be tasty. Charlotte making her way down. She's just got her ring walk. We've got some pyro going off for Charlotte. Charlotte putting her arms out. Inviting the hate. Inviting the booze as Ronda Rousey is in the ring, pacing back and forth. There is a kid that is doing exactly that, booing. Giving Charlotte a thumbs down as she makes her way into the ring. I'm hoping this is going to be a barn burner, man. I'm hoping this is going to be like the last time they faced at Survivor Series. When, as I said, there was loads of kendo sticks, loads of action. It was a really exciting, like, brawl. It was pretty full on. It was pretty brutal. I'm really hoping for something along those lines. Right, Charlotte in the ring, Ronda ready to go. This is our only title match. Ronda. Bobby lost to Omos. Dolph on Raw. Dolph gets no love. When he went to NXT, he was popular in NXT, says Courageous One. Asuka or Alexa, Bailey would be cool. Liv, says Metal. Maka said, thoughts on The Rock returning tonight to confront Roman if they lose? Don't see it. Not on this B show. If Rock's coming back, it's going to be at a stadium. It's going to be at, like, you know, Money in the Bank or something. Not in front of, like, a crowd like this. Not when they've got big stadium shows lined up. I mean, that Money in the Bank show is huge. Here we go then. SmackDown Women's Championship on the line. But it's not fun spam. I think Alexa should join AJ and Finn and take on Judgment Day, says Rollins. Larry said, during Rock versus Foley I Quit match, they used the recording of Foley to make him lose. Will they repeat that, says Larry? Maybe one day. I don't know that they'll do it in this match. Ronda as back elbow by Charlotte to Ronda. Nice takedown there by Ronda. And again. Lovely takedowns. Ronda bouncing around, charging over at Charlotte. Charlotte with a big boot. Clothesline. Ronda goes down. Big clothesline by Charlotte. That really laying it in. These two don't hold back at each other. Ronda. Ooh, lovely reversal there by Ronda. Ronda's husband is the luckiest man alive, says Retribution. Yeah, going for Piper's Pit, can't get it. Forearm strike to the back of the head of Ronda. Beautiful German. That German suplex was amazing by Charlotte. She got brilliant height on that. That was absolutely textbook. I should imagine Brock Lesnar's watching that, applauding. In fact, Brock Lesnar is definitely not watching this show. But look at that. Look at that. Look at the arch as well. That is absolutely beautiful. That German suplex is beautiful. Ronda takes Charlotte down. Love that knee. Steps onto Charlotte. Delivers a knee to the face. There's a rip in Charlotte's tights. Charlotte spills to the outsides. Ronda gets driven back against the barricades. This is a good little match, man. Oh, again goes into that barricades. Look at that. Imagine being that fan. You got Ronda Rousey right there. Chop coming in. Do you quit? And again, it's always a bit awkward, isn't it, when they're like, do you quit? Referee with microphone was right in there. Another chop coming in. Charlotte telling the referee to ask her. Ask her backstage. Like, what? Into the ring post goes Charlotte. Ronda is smooth like butter, says Retribution. Retribution, do you ever send any messages that aren't simping after the female competitors that we're watching? Doesn't matter if it's wrestling. Doesn't matter if it's UFC. Charlotte has been thrown into the timekeeper's area. If Ronda can control the moves and take time, she could pull off some moves. Otherwise, Ronda would have won and it wouldn't be entertaining. Charlotte's real name is Charlie, says Halloween Ghoul. Ronda down. But actually, it is on the next SmackDown. Ronda is going to win. Kendo stick. Flashbacks of Survivor Series as Ronda moves out the way. Back elbows coming in by Ronda. Ronda has got the kendo stick. Look, Charlotte's like, oh my God. Yeah, now Ronda gets out the ring and Charlotte is actually running up the entranceway. Wow, what's happening here? What's happening? She's got Summer. Charlotte's gone to grab Summer. Has she got a kendo stick? 2 kendo sticks? A gun? What's she got and got? 2 kendo sticks! It's going to be like a lightsaber battle. I am your father. Someone will definitely take that and change those kendo sticks for lightsabers. Couple of kendo stick shots, and Ronda gets those 2 kendo sticks off Charlotte. And now she's heading over. Badass mode. Badass Ronda Rousey. Teeing off on Charlotte and just wailing away on her. Man, look at that. The kendo stick broke. Ronda says, no, another strike coming in. Man, I tell you what, getting hit with a kendo stick can't be fun. Getting hit with a broken kendo stick has got to be absolutely horrific. Because they're like bits of wood that are like sticking out. Like, I bet that's horrible. I'm sure there'll be pictures afterwards. But like, she's like holding the one kendo stick and it's all... Camera gets thrown at Ronda. Camera was thrown at Ronda. Man, they're going for this. This is fun. They're in with the crowd. Lovely right hand by Ronda. Body shot there by Ronda as well. Damn, man. I want to go to a wrestling show where Ronda Rousey's fighting in the crowd. Nice body shot. Charlotte can't join Judgment Day. She's on SmackDown. They're on Raw. Someone's drink went flying. They've planted. Into... that dude's planted. Ronda went hard into that railing. Who's that woman there? There's a woman with red hair and she's like proper shouting at Charlotte and Ronda. This woman thinks she's part of WWE. That was a 10K camera. It's good, innit? It's a good match. This is one of the most epic matches, says JB. Hayden said, poor WWE camera. Ronda is put in between the railing. It reminds me of Charlotte and Sasha from quite a few years ago, where Sasha actually did a bank statement on Charlotte. Because actually, camel clutch and actually making a humble. That's a great shot, man. That is a great shot. She's being pulled back through that railing. These two always go at it. It's really good. It's really good. Charlotte's going to win. We're up in the stand with people. This is exactly what Ronda matches should be. Ronda is not a technical in-ring Bryan Danielson wrestler. She's a fighter, a UFC fighter. She's a brawler. She's got, she likes to lay it in. She likes to have a fight. She likes to have a scrap. That's what this is. Ronda should only be booked in no rules matches, says Top Tier. Chair being used here by Charlotte. Damn, it's a good show, man, this show. It's a good show. Outside of the Omos Bobby Lashley, which I actually didn't think was as bad as their WrestleMania offering. This is, Rhea joining Judgment Day, that great opening match. Now this... How are you finding WrestleMania Backlash? Really enjoying it? Face first. Really enjoying it. I think it's been a really, really fun little B show type thing. Do you know what I mean? It's not a big stadium, SummerSlam, WrestleMania show. But do you know what it is? It's a really entertaining watch. It's a really fun watch. We want tables is the chant. I hope you're enjoying it, Ethan. Jilly said Charlotte is a professional. She's got Ronda up. Ronda Gets hauled. Oh, into the barricades. Oh, Ronda. Oh, Ronda. This is my house, says Charlotte. Someone needs to use the fan as a projectile, said Erase Your Minds. Oh, man, that was high as well. Look, that was right on the edge of it. Oh. Pushing Ronda, side of the face. And again. This is my show, says Charlotte. Ronda. Nice body shots. Look at them. Shots to the body by Ronda. She's got Charlotte up on her shoulders. She's going to look to... Charlotte's raking the eyes. Oh, into the ring post. Damn, man, this is fun. Damn, this is fun. It's really good. I hate Ronda, says Shajil. I would love to see Sasha in black hair. Ronda is cutting Charlotte's hair off. Rake of the eyes. Both women are on the outside of the ring. There's obviously no count-outs here. Bow down to the new SmackDown Women's Champion, Ronda. It's going to be Too Sweet, AJ, Finn, and Liv taking on Judgment Day. That Liv makes sense, doesn't it? Because she's in a feud with Rhea. Down goes Charlotte. She's grabbing a hold of the arm of Charlotte. Charlotte screaming no. Ronda looking for that armbar. Charlotte upside down on the ring post. She's got the arm. She's got the arm. She's still saying no. No. She's still saying no. Fair play, man. She's upside down in a Ronda Rousey armbar, and she's being asked, do you give up? And she's still screaming no. I don't think either of these women should say I quit. I don't know how we get out of this match, but I don't think either woman should say it. You can see marks on the body of Charlotte where those kendo stick strikes have landed. She was upside down in an armbar. Both women are absolutely spent. They've given everything here. We want tables. The crowd aren't acknowledging how great this match is. That we want tables. Damn, man. Can you not be chanting this is awesome instead? After what these two are giving you. Nice chair shot there by Charlotte. Chair being put into the ring by Charlotte. Ronda is chucked into the ring. Charlotte on the outside. Oh, natural selection onto the chair. Natural selection. That chair was thrown into the ring. Ronda says no. Well, she's not going to give up after that, is she? She's not going to go, yeah, I give up. I never understand why they ask them like that. I never understand why they ask them whilst there's, like, not any submission. Like, surely you'd be in a submission and you'd give up. Why would you just randomly go to give up now? No. I think that sometimes takes away from these matches. What was the submission match where they constantly asked all the time? They kept asking. I think was it Was it Bob Backlund, Bret Hart, and they just constantly kept asking him, and it was like overkill. Figure eight. Figure eight by Charlotte. Oh, figure eight. She's not going to say I quit. That would kill. That would kill Ronda. She can't quit. Chair shot. The chair was there. She uses the chair to get out the figure eight. Kick to the side of the head by Charlotte. Both women back in the ring. There's a chair in there. I love how they're just using a chair now. All this is a chair. It's an I Quit match. We've been absolutely everywhere, but there is just one chair in the ring. And they're still saying we want tables. This is your last chance. Happy Mother's Day. Oh, happy Mother's Day. Ronda grabs Charlotte's arm, gets in the armbar. No. Charlotte says no. Now she's twisting the arm. She's done it. Ronda's done it. I really like the ending there. I really like the ending where, like, Ronda said, "What did she say?" And the ref said she said no. I was hoping you would say that. We've got a new SmackDown Women's Champion after a fantastic match. Really, really enjoyable match. Straight up, that's like 4 points something for me. Really enjoyed it. Let's go. What do you score that? What do you score that match? So enjoyable. And no. Yeah, man. Ronda with that SmackDown Women's Championship. Look. Charlotte in the ring, broken. Charlotte in tears as her arm is mangled. Look, Ronda's hobbling away. These two gave so much there. Wow. 3.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.75, 4.25, 4.8, 3.5. So good. So good. Charlotte Flair quits. Charlotte. Why am I writing Charlotte? Ronda Rousey. Charlotte, you're fired. An incredible show, says Alex. It's really good. Really, really good so far. Really enjoying it. Winners are going to go to Disney World. Erase Your Mind said 425. Nightmare's mom said 425. Hustle for Love said that was hard to watch. Ty said 425 so far. Ronda won, Ronda won. Ronda won. All 4 fights have been great so far. How's the show? Really enjoyable. Really, really enjoyable. It's been a pleasure to watch, to be honest. We've got an advert for Money in the Bank at Allegiant Stadium. Saturday, July 2nd. Do you want to get lucky? I bet that's what he said to Brandy Rhodes. July 2nd, the exact same night as Israel Adesanya versus Jared Cannonier, Volkanovski versus Max Holloway. Thanks, WWE. Thank you. They've changed the prize for Money in the Bank. Oh, what is it? Tickets to the cinema? 2 tickets to see any film of your choice. That's the new prize for Money in the Bank. What about Alexa Bliss returning? Well, she hasn't. Don't know if it'll be tomorrow. I'm not expecting it today. We are 1 hour 50 odd into the show. Dad Stuff said, great ending. Maybe it's just me, but it's a bit hard to take Ronda as a badass with that entrance music. I would love something new. Show has been a nice surprise. I wasn't expecting much. Edward said, Days, get effing in there, and no. Is SummerSlam in July? What is in August? I don't... Is it in July? I don't know when SummerSlam is. SummerSlam 2022 is July 30th. So it's July, but it's like right at the end. Right at the end. Premium live events. Premium live events. Let's have a look, see what they got lined up. Upcoming events. We've got Hell in a Cell in June. Money in the Bank in July. SummerSlam is July 30th, so it's like a few days out from the beginning of August. Nothing technically in August, and then Clash at the Castle in September. Haven't confirmed what's October, and November is Survivor Series. Next year, the only thing confirmed is WrestleMania 2 nights, April 1st, April 2nd at SoFi Stadium. End of Days said, finally Ronda wins and is the new SmackDown Women's Champion. I can't wait for Money in the Bank. They put Edge, Seth, and Ronda before Corbin. Yeah, I can understand it. It doesn't really in WWE build in importance. What they try to do is have like a killer match that gets a lot of time, and then the match they put after is a bit of a... It allows the crowd to, like, you know, kind of settle back down again. It allows the crowd to, you know, go to the toilet, get some snacks, kind of get themselves ready for the next big thing that's about to happen. So it's not like in boxing where, like, each fight gets bigger and more important, or UFC. WWE is more like, let's do a big match, and then we'll do some, like, small after it. So we had, like, Seth against Cody, and then the match that followed that was Bobby and Omos. And then the match that came after that was Edge and AJ. And then, I must admit, I was surprised we went into Charlotte Ronda after that. But now we do Happy Corbin, Madcap. And then I think we go into the main event after this, is it? I can't remember if there's anything else. I can't remember. Vince is going to bring Ronda back in. Imagine they brought back Hog Wilds. When is the 6-man going to start? Don't know. I don't know because we don't know quite how long the show will go on for. I don't think this match is going to be that long. Really, I cannot stress how enjoyable this show has been, though. I mean, honestly, we're talking about some of my favourite matches I've seen this year. That Ronda-Charlotte match is brilliant. I really loved it. And I really enjoyed Cody and Seth. Really enjoyed that as well. Right, here is Happy Corbin. If you win Money in the Bank, you get an opportunity to main event WrestleMania. That's what Cody said. Oh. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So what about the cashing in? What about the cashing in moments? No. No. No, WWE. I don't like that. Yeah, we've just got this and then the 6-man. I love those cash-in moments. Becky versus Asuka and Bloodline versus RK Bro Drew. Becky Asuka's not on the card. I thought it was going to get added, but it wasn't. Here's Madcap Moss making his way down. Madcap making his way down to the ring. So, what was it? Cody said the winner in Money in the Bank has a chance to main event WrestleMania. I'm just having a look on Twitter. Right, we are underway with this one. I can see people on Twitter saying that is exactly what he said. I always have to have the sound turned down. Nice strikes to the midsection by Corbin. New prize winner gets chance to main event WrestleMania. Yeah, I am not a fan of that. I can't imagine wrestling in a dress shirt is easy. We do have Corbin in a shirt. As hip toss there by Madcap. Madcap is so mad. He's so mad. He's so mental. Kick coming in by Corbin. Cody should win Money in the Bank because they screwed him over back when Sandow won. Brock will not return tonight, no. Or at least I'm not expecting it. Now, if you win Money in the Bank, you main event WrestleMania, which makes the Royal Rumble irrelevant now. Well, there'll be 2 belts, won't there? So I'm guessing you win Money in the Bank to main event one, and you win Royal Rumble to main event against the other. What does Elimination Chamber do? I sort of feel like Cody's going to win Money in the Bank. And then he's going to main event for the WWE title next year's WrestleMania. And that's the reason why we've changed it. Unless, oh my God. What if the match is about to start and The Rock enters the Money in the Bank match? Because we're in a stadium and you're going to need something big. And all of a sudden, The Rock wins Money in the Bank, and he is then going to main event next year's WrestleMania, and that is how we get to Rock Roman. I'm going to tweet that out. I'm going to tweet that out so that everyone can be like, that ain't going to happen. What if one of the final Money in the Bank spots is a mystery and at the show The Rock is that person. He could win Money in the Bank, and that's how he main events WrestleMania next year. Yeah. Could it happen? Maybe. Will it happen? I don't know. I don't know, do I? I don't work for WWE. What do you think I am? If you smell what The Rock is cooking. Can you imagine that? Is there a match between Becky and Asuka? No. Not on this show. I don't know if there is on... I don't know if there is at... on Raw. Corbin is in control. The winners are scrolling beneath Days. Yes. Dave said this match is the best match of the night. No way The Rock is in Money in the Bank unless he pulls a Brock. Well, it would be the only thing he would have to show up for. And as long as he wins it, that's it. It's done, isn't it? And that gives them plenty of time to advertise him in the main event of next year's WrestleMania. Does make sense. Hook has made it to WWE, but that is good. I think we always knew he would. Corbin with a senton. We are, I think, into the final hour. I don't know. I can imagine that Pop says GWA game in. I feel like, they are at Allegiant Stadium as well. This is not going to be an arena show. This is a massive stadium in Las Vegas. They're going to need some big, big things lined up for that show in order to sell them tickets. If you have a mystery person and the rumors circulate that it could be The Rock, that's going to help you sell tickets. Certainly on what is a very competitive night as well, with the UFC having a pay-per-view. The Rock Cody would be a cool match. The Demon Finn Balor should be the face of Raw. Shin should be the face of SmackDown, said Just Nate. I could see The Rock or Cena winning. They just need to climb a ladder, get the case like Lesnar did, and then it both gives them time to get ready, says Jacob. Yeah, my first thought was Cody, and then I did think about The Rock, because obviously there's lots of rumors, Rock Roman next year. Fall away slam, but Cena's a decent shout. As I said, they're going to need some things to get... they're going to need some stuff to get selling them tickets. Just seeing Fall Away Slam. Right, we've got Madcap with Corbin. Corbin picking up, slamming down Madcap. This match is alright. There's a bit of intensity to this match. It's okay. Goes for a forearm strike there, Madcap, as Corbin goes into the corner. Strikes coming in by Corbin. Do you see Cena breaking the records? I don't think so. I think he's been away now, and I wouldn't have him going for a title and breaking the records. I think whoever breaks the record should be around and not be gone. He's gone, in my mind. Deep six. Big deep six by Corbin. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Madcap. Little Mally said, if Bloodline loses, does that mean Roman's win streak is over? Because he's not lost since 2020. Yeah, I must admit that's not the streak, though, that's been focused on. I think the streak that's more focused on is how long he's been Universal Champion. And that won't end tonight, so I think if he loses... I can't remember if he's lost, to be honest, in a tag match. I think he might have. I think he might have been in a tag team, but it wasn't him that was pinned. I feel like, did the Bloodline lose at all? On Raw to the New Day? So I don't know. Singles matches, he's still going to be undefeated since 2020. The Universal title he's still going to have as well, isn't he? So he can take the L here. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. Madcap Moss gets the win. Madcap Moss gets the win. Madcap Moss. It's going to be Orton. He is getting closer. What about the winner of the women's Money in the Bank, says to heel? I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. Surely it's a case that you get a year to cash in, so technically you could choose to main event Mania. So try to make it feel important, not that it guarantees a main event, says Liam. Boring match, says City of Gotham Police Department. Haven't you got better things to do? Gotham Police Department. I would have figured you were quite busy. We are seeing Drew. Little video package for him. Seeing Drew McIntyre at various stages. There he is at FCW. 2009, coming up to the main roster. The Chosen One. A future world champion. (2014) Drew McIntyre released. If Sam interferes in Bloodline match, then if Sammy interferes, who's going to help Drew in that? I don't know that he will, to be honest. I think he's an informer, but I don't know that he's going to come down and interfere. He's dealing with Shinsuke, isn't he? Do you think there will still be cash-ins? I don't think so. I think if Cody says that the prize is to main event WrestleMania, then I think that's not what the prize is. The prize is that you can cash in at any time. So why would Cody come out now and just say, well, I'm going to main event WrestleMania? In just a throwaway promo like that? That would feel like he's just confusing things and giving his intentions away. I think they have changed the prize. Because I think, why would you word it that way? Why would you even say that and send such a confusing message? If the prize had stayed the same, the prize has always been the prize, and we've never worded it that way before. So I feel like the winner will main event WrestleMania. That's what Cody just said. I've got the power of Grayskull. Do you think a new superstar will come back tonight? I don't know. I thought there might have been a chance at a Bayley, but it's not gone that way. I mean, I'm going to say no now. I think we're just going to get a real good main event match, one that we'll look at and go, yeah, that was great. That was fun. That was a war. Right. Bloodline versus Drew McIntyre and RK Bro. Rock versus Roman should be over the title of True Tribal Chief in the Family. Good video package. Just Nate said there are way too many talented WWE superstars. Why does Roman possess 2 titles? Well, they did it to make that match big, didn't they? It's one superstar having both belts is, all in, basically. They just went big for that one match. But they'll separate them. That's the rumor, anyway. The Rock could win both Money in the Banks and Royal Rumble. Make it huge, says John. Bambino said, I'd like to see Braun Strowman return and fight Omos. Lee said Bayley will probably come back on Friday to challenge Ronda. John said half Rock when both Money in the Bank and Rumble takes care of it. Is this a title match? No. Legend Killer, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Just seeing Ronda celebrate him. And no. Great moment. And there's... we're in Doctor's room. Charlotte. Fracture of the what? She fractured a what? The radius. She's fractured her radius. Rock won't be taking any ladder shots. That's a big no. AJ said, do you think Gable Steveson will be in the Money in the Bank? Haven't seen much of him. Don't know, to be honest. I think there's a chance. I mean, they've got to start moving with him at some point, you'd imagine, this year. Charlotte going on hiatus. In other words, Charlotte's getting some time off. The radius is your lower arm bone. Right, we are just seeing the video package. The final match that we've got lined up for tonight. It's been a fun show, this has. It's been really, really enjoyable. It's been, as I said, very, very entertaining. There's been some really fun stuff that's gone down. The Usos' brother could be brought up to go after the mid-card title, says LB. Billy said Flair's arm is broken. Simon loves WWE. Say hi to him. Hi, Simon. Hope you're enjoying the show. I think it's been very fun. Zoom Station said WWE has got an X-ray machine backstage. Yeah. Because they care. They care about... There's a MRI scanner back there as well. Full hospital. They've got wards. They've got surgery. They've got everything. Everything's back there. They can do, like, radiology and everything. So... They are a very professional organisation. They do not cut any corners whatsoever. Charlotte has got a broken ego bone, said Blaze Radio. John said, I think the tribal chief wins with the bloodline. Well, we've had what I like to call over 3,000 votes And RK Bro, Drew McIntyre, 57%. Bloodline, 43%. That is where we are. 57% for RK Bro and Drew McIntyre, 43% for the Bloodline. Evil Twin said, acknowledge your tribal chief, we the ones. Dave said, only 6 matches. Normally they have 8. I must admit, though, I think this is better. I feel like giving matches room to breathe has been much better for the matches. If you think about the time the first match had, and the Charlotte Ronda match, and AJ Edge, like, I think it really helped. It kind of, and this is going to have, like, a good chunk of time. This could have, like, half an hour or something here. So, I think rather than just putting loads of matches on, I think this is a nicer way of doing it. As long as the matches deserve that time, and they do something with it. I wouldn't want to make anything, like, we've seen shorter. Maybe a Moss, Bobby Lashley, maybe Madcap Moss, whatever, but... Down, down, down. Making his way down to the ring. Drew McIntyre. Just wanted to have a look at the times, because that'll be on Wikipedia. Down, down, down. Right, so, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, 20 minutes for Cody and Seth, 8 minutes for Omos and Bobby Lashley. I'd have cut a bit off that. 16 minutes for Edge and AJ, 16 minutes for Ronda and Charlotte, 9 minutes 50 for Madcap and Happy Corbin. I'd have cut some time off that. And now you've got this one, which will go 20-odd minutes, but you'll have all the entrances as well. So, yeah, they're really letting some of these matches breathe. Ronda Charlotte being only 16 minutes surprises me. The amount of stuff... Think of what they, fitted in 16 minutes. They went everywhere. They went up the entranceway. Charlotte went and got some kendo sticks. They went up into the crowd. They were around the ringside area. Like, they did loads in 16 minutes. They really maximized that time. They did a brilliant job of that. Here is RK Bro. Would you say Backlash is better than Night 2 of WrestleMania? 100,000% yes. Absolutely. Not even close. I thought Night 1 of WrestleMania was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. It's one of the best things I've seen. Night 2, I thought was very below average. So, yeah, definitely. I would actually say that this might even be in the running for my kind of second best pay-per-view. I'm trying to think of the others. I'm trying to think of like Elimination Chamber in Saudi Arabia. Trying to think of like Day 1. Trying to think of Royal Rumble. I think there's a chance this could be like nothing. I can't see much. I can't see anything beating WrestleMania Night 1 this year. That I gave 8.75 to. I think this is second at the moment. I think this is really good. I've really enjoyed it. If we were going to get, like, more shows, B shows that are like this, I'd be bubbling. It's been great. Have you seen that Adam Scherr, Braun Strowman, is listed as the AEW star for MegaCon? No. Does that mean he's coming into AEW then, or is that just a typo? Darcy said, what are your thoughts on Cody wanting to fight AJ? Is there a long-term feud? I don't think there needs to be a long-term feud. I certainly don't think you'd be telling the backstory of Bullet Club and going in all of that. I mean, we've never dipped into that, to be honest. Even when the Good Brothers are there, there was the Too Sweet stuff, but they didn't dwell on Bullet Club history. So I feel like you would do a great match But I don't think there's a need for like a long feud, and certainly not when they're both faces. Maybe if one turned heel, then you could do something. But I think just a match to you know, who deserves that title shot, who's the best kind of a thing. Here's the bloodline. Here's Roman. Do you think Roman's retiring? No. Roman making his way out. Roman. Pyro going off. He's wearing the Universal, holding up the WWE. Or is it the other way around? No, he's wearing the WWE, holding up the Universal. The Tribal Chief is here. They make him feel so big. They do such a good job of that. Look at the presentation. It's incredible, isn't it? Acknowledge the bloodline, said Justin. What's going on? Roman's coming out. Roman making his way down to the ring. In the ring is Randy's just looking around, looking a bit bored. How many matches are left? Nothing. This is the last one. It's the last one. Dun 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 dun. Roman climbing up, getting inside. Acknowledge God mode. If RK Bro loses the titles, he will definitely turn heel on Riddle, said Richards. Max said, do you think McIntyre will win the championship, the UK pay-per-view? There's a chance, but I will say it's probably more likely no. There is a chance because it's, you know, coming over to the UK. It's going to be a big show, 70-odd thousand. I could see Drew Roman being the main event, but I don't think that's where it should end personally. Did you see Harry? No, I refuse to listen to anything he says. Pretty long main event. Plenty of time for surprises, says Hustle. William said, I think WWE and AEW should do a Survivor Series pay-per-view. They never have an IC title match on these things. And I would like to know why, says John. I can't give you the answer to that. They just don't. In fact, the mid-card titles just seem to sit on Raw and SmackDown. I don't know if it's a decision to not flood these shows with title matches. Just do title after title after title. I mean, this show could have had one on. But I do like the card being... limited to just 6 matches. As I said, I think we just looked to see how long the matches went for, and it's given them time to breathe, which is really cool. Roman in the ring. The Tribal Chief. The head of the table. Acknowledge him. I'm going to write a history of 30-year-old 4-foot purple Knox College. Wish me luck. Good luck, Tony. Sounds boring. But good luck. Right, wrapping up the poll. This is the main event with the most championship titles involved. No, because there's no titles on the line here. So they're not involved. This match is going to be great. Right, here we go. Do you still collect figures? You don't post videos about them. Yes and no. I mean, I'm not against the figures or anything. I just, because of lockdown, the shops have been closed, and it's just meant going to do toy hunts has not been possible. So it kind of really affected things. Nice strikes coming in by Jimmy Uso. Jimmy Uso starting us off in the ring against Randy Orton. In comes Riddle. Riddle comes crashing down on Jimmy Uso. Why did they not do Roman Drew and RK Bro versus Usos? I think it's because Roman is still feeling the slight effects of what happened at WrestleMania, and he wasn't on this card at all until last minute when they dropped him into this match and they changed this match. I think to promise people a title unification match and then change it, I think is them having a plan of like, right, if we don't have Roman, we'll go with this. But then Roman was able to compete in the match. But this is a way, I think, of just protecting him so that he's in a tag match. That's my reading of it. Because it was all done very, very last minute. Face first in the corner. Big chop. Charlotte got a boo-boo. She did. Is Roman the most successful from the Shield? Yes. At SummerSlam, they should repeat this match, but put all the belts on the line, says Larry. Nice strike there. Jimmy Uso and goes into the corner. Kick by Drew. Roman will lose and retire after, said Red Mess. Team Drew should win and then earn a title shot. That's exactly the way I think it'll go, fella. I think you're right. I think Drew will win and then he'll challenge Roman. Drew is in there and is asking Roman to go into the ring. You're the tribal chief. Roman thinking about getting into the ring. He's saying, tag me in. Tag me in. There we go. Roman has been tagged in. Roman's going to come into the match. Roman steps into the ring. Is he going to tag straight back out? That's the heel thing to do, innit? Roman says, okay. Circling rounds. Goes over, tags straight back out. Lovely work. Lovely work. Great heel work by Roman. He is the tribal. Acknowledge him. Acknowledge him. Nicely done. Done really well. I love how he did a little loop of the ring, tagged back out. Lovely. Cowards. What a cowards. Listen. If you're in a match like this, sometimes you just want to stretch your legs. He just did a little loop all the way round. Just stretch the old legs, get a bit warmed up. He'll come into the match in a bit. But he's just done a lovely little circle, gone right back out, tagged back out. There we go. Riddle in there. He's scared of Drew, said Austin. Roman is scared of McIntyre, said Red Mess. Madcap won the last match. He did. King said acknowledge him. 729 TJH said acknowledge him. Charles, shout out to you dudes. Asger says acknowledge him. Roman has got red boxers on, says Reese Wrestling. You shouldn't be looking at that, dude. That's a bit perverted. That's a bit pervy. Disappointing. This is awesome, says Leo. Oh, it's all breaking down a little bit here. It's all breaking down a little bit. Is there any chance for a Brock Lesnar return tonight? I don't think so. There's a lot of people that are seemingly expecting a Brock return, which I'm a bit surprised at. I'm a bit surprised at that. I wasn't expecting a Brock return, to be honest. But it seems like some people are. Slam down. What about Gunther? Wow, he's great, but he's a heel. And Roman's a heel, and so I sort of feel like it's going to be hard to get them on a collision course unless something changes. Not impossible, of course, because we did get Seth versus Roman at Royal Rumble. But I feel like Gunther's only just started, so... Sonny said, how is Kia and the fam? They're doing good. Kia's birthday soon. Tomorrow, actually, I think. 10th. She's fat and old. I thought Brock quit WWE. Don't believe so. Austin said, I don't expect Brock, and I don't expect Rock at Money in the Bank. Well, it'll just be a lovely surprise for you when he turns up then. It'll be a lovely moment where you'll be like, wow, I wasn't expecting this. Nice elbow drop. Stacy says, Drew to win both WWE Championship belts at the next event. Arian, shout out to you. Right, they're saying tag in. Going over and lovely strike. Tag. In comes Roman. Roman steps inside the ring. Down goes Riddle. So Roman is finally inside the match. Trying to think if we've got about 20 minutes to go, do you reckon? Face first, Riddle goes into the corner. I really think, I can't remember, is this match like allowed to go anywhere? If it's, I kind of feel like there needs to be like fighting on the outside. I'm sure it will break down and go into that. I'm sure it will be carnage. I sort of feel like this main event needs to leave the ring. Strike's coming in by Riddle. Knee strike by Roman. Riddle goes against the ropes. Down goes Riddle. I'm hoping Drew pins Roman to set up a match for a title, says Blaze Radio. Yes, I can see that happening. Paul Heyman is a brilliant actor. Can I get an Alabama shout out? Enjoying your play-by-play, says David. David, shout out to you. Shout out to Alabama as Roman sort of choke slams Riddle. Alex said, odd, stupid question. With Roman holding both titles, does each day with the original reign go up by 2? No. Or 1? So by WrestleMania, he would have added another 700 days? No. No, you basically, you go from when you win the title to when you lose the title, and every day that goes by is another day on. Just because he's got an additional belt, that's got its own timeline, hasn't it? When he won the belt and then when he's going to lose that one. But no, it's not going up by 2. What would go up by 2 is every day that goes by is the number of days that he held a championship. Would that go up by 2? Probably not. Probably not, because I think he held them on the same days. So I don't even think that would go up by 2. The number of days that Roman held championships would be interesting. Would you just take all of his title reigns and add them together? Or what about like the ones where they overlap? But that's a whole separate thing to how long has he been Universal Champion for. So the one that we're interested in is how long he's had the Universal title. Because the Universal title is 600 odd days, and every day that goes by is adding another one onto it all the time. I don't feel like the WWE one is that important because he's only had that since, WrestleMania. And I expect him to lose that relatively soon. But it's that Universal one. How long can he hold on to the Universal? Down goes one of the Usos. Orton melted. Who has more seniority in this match? The Legend, Randy, or the Tribal Chief? Well, I would imagine they just work together, to be honest. I don't know that there is seniority. I think they're probably both at the same level. Roman has, main evented WrestleMania multiple times. I think if Randy wants to call some shots, Roman will probably go with him on it. Equally, someone like Drew, if Drew wants to call some shots, I'm sure Randy would go with it. I'm sure that Roman would go with it. I don't know that there's one person just calling the action in there all the time, but I'd imagine if Roman says something, you would probably listen right now. But they probably would have worked out a lot of this stuff backstage. We've got to the point where we've got Drew and Roman in the ring. I mean, don't forget, these lot are they're not working against each other. They're all working together. So if someone wants to do a certain spot at a certain time, they'll call it. And I would imagine the other person would just go with it. Strikes coming in. Knee strike coming in by Roman. Drew in the corner. Shoulder tackle. And Roman goes down. Belly to belly and a big throw. Drew and Roman in the ring. Net breaker by Drew. And Usos coming in, but another net breaker. Kip up by Drew. Drew with a big kip up. Roman down in the ring. Drew back in the corner. Lovely strike there by Drew. Superman punch by Roman. Drew goes out the ring. Ronda got it back for good. Naomi will join the bloodline. Randy is definitely the OG in the locker room, but I'm sure it is talked through with Buckham. Here's a good question. Who's the better wrestler out of Jimmy and Jay Uso? I don't think there's much between them, to be honest. I think they've both kind of developed and come through very similar. I'd say Jay's probably had more solo experience because Jimmy was out for that year. So maybe that gave Jay a bit of an advantage. But, by and large, I think they've worked together to help each other both get to, a similar standard, to be honest. Here comes the Scottish Cena, says I like turtles. Right, Drew is in the corner. Roman is in there. Throwing in some big clotheslines in the corner. I'm a secret member of the bloodline. I like to fill up their water bottles, says Evil Twin. That's very good. That is very, very good. And do you know what? That is a very important job in the bloodline. Very important job. Roman grabbing his 2 championships. He's going to hold them up, reminding the crowd that he is the head of the table. Boos from this crowd. Can you seriously tell the difference from the Usos? I can tell from the tattoos. I can't tell. There's people that are like, oh, you can tell easy by the facial, how they look and everything, but to be honest, I ain't studied them that close. But I've always I know their tattoos are different, so I've always just been able to tell that way. Claymore, though, by Drew. Randy Orton providing a distraction. Big Claymore by Drew. Randy is desperate for the tag. Fired up. Fired up. What's your prediction? I think that it's going to be a win for Drew and RK Bro. Randy in there. Clothesline. And again. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Lovely power slam. Great work. Randy dealing with the Usos on his own. He's going to go for a draping DDT on Jimmy. Randy is having fun, if you know him. When he gets tired of something, like the tag team stuff with Matt, RK Bro will strike. Randy has got his own 5 moves of doom. Right, we've got Randy down. In the ring, kick to the midsection. Out between the ropes. Oh, RKO! Out of nowhere! Delivered it to Roman Reigns. Super kick comes in. RKO! You get an RKO, and you get an RKO. He goes for the pin, but Jey Uso makes the save. Wow, fun. RKOs for everyone. Drew is back into the ring. Kicks coming in. Strikes coming in. Clothesline, clothesline, snap power slam, draping DDT. It's the 4 moves of doom. He's going for a Claymore. Charging over. Ran into a super kick by Jey Uso. Boom. Both Usos working together. Down goes Drew. I hope Drew and RK Bro lose because the Bloodline is a longer team. I'm going to hate if Bloodline loses. Right, we've got Randy down. We got the Usos down. People are into it. They're on their feet. In comes Riddle. Riddle in there with Jey Uso. Nice kick. Jey going over to the corner. Forearm strike by Riddle. Boot to the face of Roman, who's on the outside. Lovely. Suplex by Riddle. Riddle. Knee strike. Goes for a kick. Standing moonsault. Doesn't get it. Senton connects. Against the ropes. Lovely kick there by Riddle. Grabs a hold of Jey Uso. Plants him down. He's going to go for Floating Bro. Floating Bro to put this away. Oh. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Riddle thought he had it, but there's a kick out. I think Bloodline's going to win because Roman has not lost a match since 2020, says Shiru. Austin said the match has picked up for sure. Hope Bloodline loses, but couldn't really care. This is awesome from the crowds. Riddle. Gets rolled up. 1, 2. Goes for a kick. Picked up. Oh, net breaker. Randy Orton comes in and makes the save. How long have we got? We got like 10 minutes or so. Show's been on for 2 minutes 50. 2 minutes 50. 2 hours 50. It is a faster pace now. Reese Wrestling said, I've been taking the pee out of this match for a week and a half. I feel like I should kneel down and apologize to Vince. Strikes coming in by Randy Orton. Roman with a Superman punch to Randy Orton. Randy Orton goes down. Randy Orton goes down. Roman is grabbed by Drew, hurled into the ring steps. Drew is looking at that commentary table. He's going to take the top off the commentary table. He throws it away. He knocks all the monitors off. Is the referee counting? Points at the commentary table. Headbutt. Headbutt by Drew. Roman grabs Drew, plants him through the announce table. Drew goes through the announce table. I've not seen 1 minute, but listen to the commentary. David, shout out to you, buddy. It's all happening here as Riddle crashes down on Roman Reigns. That's a great dive by Jey Uso. Really throwing it in. Suicide dive. Hurls Riddle back into the ring. Riddle goes for a kick. Spins him round. Enziguri by Jey Uso. Knee strike there by Riddle. Super kick by Jey Uso. Riddle goes down. Jey Uso in the corner. We've got Carnage on the outside. Drew put through that announce table. Roman is down. Jimmy is down. Randy is down. It's Jey Uso and Riddle in the ring right now. Jey Uso going up top. But Riddle has jumped up. Oh, RKO! Roman's in. Spear by Roman. 1, 2, 3. And it is the Bloodline. The Bloodline win. The Bloodline win. Not the way I thought it would go. I thought it was going to be RK Bro and Drew. But it is the Bloodline that are victorious. The Bloodline beat Drew and RK Bro. Bloodline win. What the hell's the Bloodline? The Bloodline win. Do. Right, well, Drew does not deserve any opportunities at the belt now. So, thanks for coming, Drew. Bye. Bye. No Clash at the Castle main event. There's some time left. Could there be any weird surprises? Yes. The show's going to end early. That's the weird surprise. The match was another 4 out of 5, said Alex. It's a fun main event. And what I like about it is it went the way I wasn't expecting. I like that. I like it when it's not, when I don't get it right. I thought it was going to be a case that Drew was going to win. Drew would then challenge for the title. But it's not gone that way. The Bloodline. Michael Cole said maybe, just maybe, this is the most dominant faction in the history of WWE. Day one. That's what the Bloodline does. Roman. With those, with the WWE and Universal Championships. Holding them up in the air as the screen fades to black. Screen fades to black. RK Bro deserved a win more than the Bloodline. Roman wasn't legal. Dun, 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 dun. I enjoyed the pay-per-views. They're gonna... Shouldn't there have been accounts? Riddle was the only one in the ring for over a minute. Well, if he's the legal man, then it's fine. But, Yeah, I mean, there probably should have been a count because they were doing a lot of stuff on the outside. And there was definitely some moments where I saw the ref doing this, like, oh my God, what's everyone doing? Like, that's not really his job. If the legal people are on the outside, then count. It's really simple. So, I do agree. Austin said Corbin is still the last person to pin Roman. That is true. Look, Austin 316 getting his point across to the community that Corbin is the GOAT of WWE. What do you score WrestleMania Backlash? What do you score it? Are the usual parameters correct? That's my question. That's my question. Are the usual parameters correct? I don't have any other parameters, so I'm just going to have to go with them. 72755 62675 575 or below. What do you score WrestleMania Backlash? Let's see what people think. Grant said 7 happy mothers out of 10. Reese Wrestling gave it an 8.25. Jonathan says 6.9. GWA Gaming says 9. Smurfy Toon says 8.5. Have you seen Young Rock? He talks about the Brooklyn Brawler putting him over in his first ever wrestling match, says BBB Yipsy. To be honest, birds, I haven't, and I don't want to watch it. Not because I'm down on it, but because Jim Cornette has said on his podcast that there is so much that is not true that's in it that I would actually start to confuse myself as to what I know is true and what is in that show. So I just don't. I mean, like, that could be true. That's like, you know, that he had a match with Brooklyn Brawler at some point, but I don't want to start confusing like fact and fiction and everything. So I've purposely actually stayed away from it. But as a you know, piece of entertainment, I'm sure it's fun. But this Cornette just keeps saying how much stuff's in there that's wrong, and more about like the early years when, like, you know, you've got Iron Sheik hanging around when he's not even in that part of the country at that time and whatever, and it's like. Elijah says 8.9. CSW Wrestling says 8. Jim said 6.5. Could have done with another women's match. Bill, shout out to you, my friends. Anyone who votes 7 or higher has never watched good storylines in WWE, says CP. Hustle for Love says that. What is that? I don't know what that is. It's like Rock On, is it? Sort of like Rock On. I'm going to say it's Rock On. Hustle for Love, shout out for you. VR Games Man. 1987 Big Fan says 6.5. Legend Killer says 7. Annick says 8.9. 7.5. 1 out of 10 says Tanja. Manstrike said boring. John, I tell you what, we've got a real mixture in the chat, which I think is quite interesting. Got people with like 7s and 8s, and then we've got people saying it was dull, it was boring. Hayden says 7. Really good show. First ever Spot Fest I've seen on a main roster in the main event, but I won't complain. It was still a great match, says Dysfunction. Legend Killer with a 7. Lee with an 8. Rivy says 7.83. Zoom Station says 8.5. Delwyn says 7.5. Dave says 2. A lot of people were left off the pay-per-view that should have been on it. Billy says 8. Eric, Mr. Rare Air says 6.5. Austin says 7. Ronda Rousey, I give 10. Fella Ice Sheamus says 7. Mysterious said it was kind of bad. I saw a still from a match set in the 80s from an episode, And the referee was dressed in modern referee attire, says Jim. Lily out of 10 says CSW Wrestling. Was it that bad? Mark says 9. Lawrence says 7. Brian says 3. Kirby says 7.5. Naomi is joining Bloodline. Juan says 10. Jalen says 8.5. Master Chief said 10 out of 10, worst show ever. Would have been better if Alexa Bliss or Big Time Bex was on it, says Bill. My excitement for this show was awful. Wasn't until 8 minutes after the start I decided to get the network, said Alex. The finish was predictable, but the match was good, said Mysterious. It was better than I thought it would be. I was going to skip it, says Real YT. It was good, but was Roman the legal man? Do you think Roman's going to care if he was the legal man? Backlash is stupid. Why did Bloodline win? I give it 7. I was only invested in Cody Seth, AJ Edge, and Charlotte Ronda, says Jilly. Well, to be honest, I really, really enjoyed the first match. There'll be some people out there that will have it as better than the WrestleMania one. I said before, I think if you add in the moment of Cody's return, I still prefer WrestleMania. But this felt like the natural continuation of that match because it played back to that match with, as we said, Seth scouting and knowing what Cody's moves were. So I really like that connection. I think that's really, really good. So I think that was a really, really enjoyable match. I'd probably settle on like 4.5. I was torn between 4.25 and 4.5, but I'm really high on it. I think it was a really enjoyable opener. Then you've got, like, Bobby and Omos, which I was not into, didn't really grab me. But I did think that it was, passable. I'll give it, like, 2.5, something. I actually thought Omos had a few moments where he looked better than I've seen him before. But, it is what it is. Then, next match was AJ and Edge. And I was struggling to get into it a bit, but then it did get going. And then once I was, into it, that's, when we started to get Finn, Damian Priest, and then, of course, Rhea Ripley. I mean, Rhea Ripley getting involved in that match, I think, is really, really exciting. So I'd probably say 3.75 for the match, but Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day, I think, is huge, and I absolutely love that. Then Charlotte Ronda, I would say, is, 4... maybe 4.25. I really love that match as well. It's brutal. We were talking a lot at the start about the kind of wrestling that I enjoy, and the kind of wrestling I enjoy is two people going out there, laying it into each other to try and be the best, and that is exactly what Ronda and Charlotte did. Two people going out there, throwing everything at each other to try and win the Women's Championship, the SmackDown Women's Championship. I mean, I'm just not down on that. I just think it's brilliant. That is exactly the kind of matches that Ronda should be in. She is this brutal fighter that rips people's arms off, and her trying to have nice wrestling matches where she's trying to outsmart her opponents. That's not Ronda. Here, this is do you know what I mean? When she had that kendo stick match, or that whatever it was at Survivor Series that ended up being just her getting battered with kendo sticks. That was brutal. And it was brilliant. And this was actually the natural continuation of that. It was more of that. It was brilliant. Really loved it. I don't know that it was better than Seth Cody, but it was damn close for me. Really enjoyed it. So, we've got 3 really good matches there. Then I would say the main event's about a 3.75 as well. There was a few spots in there that's a bit too many spots for me type thing. The other thing as well is this match didn't mean anything. It didn't really matter. The only thing is that if Drew had won, he could have then challenged Roman and said, I beat you. I pinned, one of the bloodline, be it Roman or whatever. and I deserve a shot at the title. He can't do that now. So I'm actually really intrigued as to where we go. I saw a lot of people saying, oh, Bloodline shouldn't have won and all that, and that's fine. But are you not intrigued to see where they go with it now? Because I actually thought it was going to be Drew and RK Bro that were going to win. It hasn't gone that way. So where do we go now? What are we going to do on Friday? I'm really interested to find out. So, because if Drew had won today, there'd be no doubt in my mind he is calling Roman out on Friday. But they didn't win. So what's the story? Where do we go? Like, I actually feel like we haven't taken the obvious road. We haven't taken the obvious road. The obvious road is Drew wins here and then challenges Roman on Friday. We haven't gone that way. We've had the Bloodline win. So what do we do on Friday? Do the Bloodline just celebrate? I'm sure Drew's going to make his presence felt. So very interested in that. So the match itself, didn't quite reach the same heights as some of the others in there, but no word of a lie, we've got 4 of 6 matches. Madcap and Corbin, I kind of kept an eye on it, but I was a bit distracted by the fact that Rhea had joined and Ronda had retained, or had won the title. Not retained, had won the title. So I was a little bit distracted. That match didn't get my full attention, if I'm being perfectly truthful. But, it's all right, whatever. It was there. Something that was on in the background whilst we were trying to regain our thoughts. So I'll give that like a 2.5 as well, whatever. But there's 4 of 6 matches there that I think have really delivered. That I think, yeah, I look at that main event, and that was not a dull main event. I think it really delivered. The crowd were into it. And it wasn't piped in, this is awesome. That was a crowd that was on their feet. You could actually see them in the background really engaged in what was happening. The action was fast-paced. The crowd were loving, felt a bit like Survivor Series. Like how Survivor Series doesn't really mean anything, but it's still, lots of fast-paced action and multi-man match. It felt a little bit like Survivor Series. And actually, it could have been really fun if we'd have done that as a Survivor Series elimination match. Could have been really interesting. But either way, I still think that it delivered. I still think that it was a entertaining, serviceable main event. So 4 of 6 matches came through with at least 2 of them over-delivering, really blowing my mind, being a couple of my favourite WWE matches of the year. Rhea Ripley coming back, I think, is really, really good. So I'm actually really high on this show. I actually think this show, maybe it's the low expectation I had, but I really enjoyed it. So for me, I think a 7 would be a good starting point, but I'm actually going to go 7. Actually going to go 7.5. I'll go 7.5. I wouldn't go down. I would go to 7.75. I would go 7.75, but I'm going to take a point off for Omos and Bobby Lashley. I'm going to take a point off for Madcap and Baron Corbin. And then I just think, I don't think AJ Edge quite got to the 4-star mark. I don't think that the main event quite got to the 4-star mark. I think Charlotte Ronda delivered. I think Cody and Seth delivered. So those are 2 big ticks for me. The other matches, they just didn't get to the 4-star mark for me. So I'll just take half a mark off for those ones. But yeah, I think that's fair, because I think there was so much that was entertaining here. And this was a show I didn't expect to be in that ballpark. So really enjoyed it. I thought Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day was an excellent reveal. And I know a lot of people might have come into this going, I hope we get Brock. I hope we get Bayley. I hope we get this. I hope we get that. I don't mind that we didn't get all of that. That to me isn't a problem, because we got the Rhea Ripley thing. And sometimes if you just do one thing really, really well, that's good enough. If you just do one thing really good and it works and the crowd are into it, that's the right way forward. So, what are the talking points coming out of this? Well, the talking points are Cody cheated, and that's going to be an interesting talking point. Omos beat Bobby, so it'll be interesting to see how Bobby reacts to that. Rhea Ripley has now joined AJ has joined Edge. What's AJ and Finn going to do in response? A lot of people saying it's going to be Liv that's going to join them now because she's in a feud with Rhea. So, we really could be heading to a AJ, Finn, Liv versus Rhea, Edge, Damian Priest type match somehow. Don't know. It's so exciting to know what direction that's going to go in. Then we've got, a brand new SmackDown Women's Champion, and it seems like Charlotte's stepping away. So who's going to challenge Ronda next? Obviously, we got Madcap victorious over Happy Corbin. I'd say that's a low point in this thing. And then we've got the main event, Bloodline winning. As I said, I don't think that was the obvious way forwards. I don't think that was the big, obvious, this is what they're going to do type thing. So I think there's tons of talking points that have come out of the show. I think that it really makes me quite intrigued for what do we do on Raw? What are we going to do on SmackDown? I think there's some interesting things going on right now. And what I like is this card was not stuffed and bloated and just filled for the sake of it. We filled 3 hours comfortably, easily. We did it with 6 matches. 4 of them delivered. If anything, my big criticism is that, we should have changed Omos and Bobby and Madcap and Happy Corbin for something a bit more engaging. But look, these are the feuds they're telling at the moment. Maybe if we'd have changed, imagine if we didn't get Omos, Bobby, but we got Asuka, Becky instead. That would have been better. That then is when we're getting into mid-8s. If we was to get Asuka and Becky instead. So I like it. I was into it. I'm not losing my mind over it. This isn't WrestleMania Night 1, but I would, as much as it's not WrestleMania Night 1, for me it's not WrestleMania Night 2. It's in somewhere in the middle. So as I said, I'll go 7.5. But I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. Hustle for Love, giving a thumbs up. Shout out to you, buddy. Dad Stuff said, I've given it a 7. I hate when rules are ignored for the sake of the story. It's happened multiple times, and it does stick in my craw. I know the count-out thing in the main event was annoying. The disqualification I'm not too worried about in the AJ Edge match because, Damian Priest came down to ringside, but he didn't cross the ringside line. And he was pointing that out. And Finn Balor attacked him from behind. And they ended up brawling, but they're not interfering with any participants. They're just having their own fight. So Jessica Carr, I can understand her being like, what are you doing? Get out the ring. And not just ringing the bell and disqualifying anyone, because they're not actually going after AJ. They're not going after Edge. They're just doing their own fight. And Jessica Carr's just trying to get them out. While she's distracted, Rhea Ripley arrives. She does interfere. And then, that's how Edge gets the win. But, so I don't mind that. That doesn't, I'm not down on that. I don't think I can understand that from a logical point of view playing out that way. I do think there was count-outs that maybe should have featured in that main event. So I don't disagree there. But again, it's those reasons and things like that as to why I went with a 3.75 for the main event. But listen, if you've gone 7, I think that's really, really fair. I think that's really I think that's fine. It's not a million miles from where we are. Edward said, would you go to 8? No. I wouldn't go to 8 just because I think I do agree with Dad's stuff that there was a few little rule things in there. I also think 2 of the 6 matches were not anything to write home about. I mean, that is a third of the show. A third of the show was not that great. Granted, it might not be a third of the show time-wise, but match-wise, Bobby Lashley, Omos, Madcap against Happy Corbin. They were both just there, weren't they? what really does boost this score up is the fact the other 4 matches, I think, really did come through. So I'm quite happy with 7.5. I'm quite happy with 7.5. I feel like that's fair. I would be tempted to go up than down. I'd be more tempted to go to 7.75. I really do like Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day. I really do like Rhea Ripley joining Judgment Day. I think that's big. It's just because it's happened, and we all hoped it would. Like, doesn't like minimize it, if you will. Just because we were like, could you imagine Rhea Ripley join? And then it happens. It's like, oh, I thought that was going to happen, or hoped that was going to happen. Like, they've actually done it. And I love the fact now that there's a faction that can dominate the mid-card titles, the tag titles, the women's title, dare I say even the top of the cards. Like, this faction, if they add another male member, which could be Tommaso Ciampa, they can go after everything. You could have Tommaso and Damian Priest as the tag champions. You could have Rhea Ripley as the Raw Women's Champion. And you could have Edge as the WWE Champion. What a faction that would be. It's a bit like the Bloodline right now. Imagine the Bloodline, but just with Naomi. And imagine, if we did ever get Bloodline versus this Judgment Day faction. That could be a lot of fun as well. So, yeah, I really like it. I'm really into it. I think it's a really positive step forward. And as I said, I'm looking forward to Raw. We've had 675 votes. 675. Let's cut off the poll. Let's cut off the poll and see what people have scored it. There was a real mixed bag tonight with some people loving it, some people hating it, but a poll that's had 675 votes has got 8 to 10 at 46%, 7 to 7.5 at 34%, so 80% of people that voted in our poll were 7 or above. 575 or below was then 10%, 6 to 675 was 9%. Now, if you did vote for 575 or below, or 6 to 675, and you didn't enjoy the show, that's fine. That's fine. No one's saying that you're wrong. It's just a case that, there'll be things that we watch and we enjoy, and other people watch and they won't enjoy, and that's absolutely fine. But for me, I really liked it. It's great to have something like this to watch on a Sunday. I wish this was a regular thing, to be honest. I wish they did like these sort of shows like every, 3 weeks, something like that, and you still got like a big monthly pay-per-view as well. Like, that would be a big monthly pay-per-view in a stadium, and then like every 3 weeks they just drop these kind of shows out there. Like, these are kind of like this is like a in your house. That's how it feels. Like, this is the in your house kind of show. And then, you've got a big stadium show coming up. We just had WrestleMania, Royal Rumble. We've got Money in the Bank at Allegiant Stadium. We've got Clash at the Castle. But then you've got these kind of shows as well. So, yeah, it was good. It was good. Why only 6 matches and not 8? Well, they didn't say why. I mean, I'd imagine they're constantly looking at, different things to do. With this one, they went with 6 matches. And I must admit, I'm pleased they did. I think these premium live events are important, but you don't need to keep stuffing them. You don't need to have 8 matches. Like, I really like the fact, I think a reason as to why I enjoyed Seth Cody, Ronda Charlotte, main event was good, AJ Edge was good. Like, they got given time, and if there was 2 other matches that were on, these matches would have had less time. So I don't mind this as a structure at all. My only quibble is the 2 sort of throwaway matches. I just wish they were more engaging feuds. Like, if one had been Becky Asuka and had been like, a surprisingly quick match. We all thought it was going to be an epic war, but actually it was intense, but it was actually also quite quick. That could have been, like, interesting. And then, it would have been great if the other one was, say, Sami Nakamura. And we got Sami Zayn Nakamura, Sami trying to prove to Roman that he can deal with deal with things. Like, that would have been... I would have took Becky Asuka, Sami Nakamura over Omos, Bobby, and Happy Corbin. Happy Corbin? Yeah, Happy Corbin and Madcap Moss. So, you know, those would have been a couple of changes I would have liked to have seen. Had they have done that and those matches had been good, you know, God only knows where we would have got to. Honestly, I'd be 8.75-ish area, I think. If those matches had been good as well, we really would have been dizzy heights, man. Dizzy heights. So, I think this show did really well. I think it did really, really well. Right, guys, we're done. I really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed tonight's stream. As we said, something a little bit different, which was fun. Really appreciate people joining us. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for WWE Raw, and for all the reasons that I just said, we've got what I think will be a really interesting, really engaging show coming up. So hopefully you can join us for that, for Raw. We will be live, and we always start an hour before, which we will do once again. So, yeah, appreciate the support. Big thank you to everyone joining us. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.